But there's concern that, perhaps in terms of the 95 strategy that government has set for itself, that 95% of people who are HIV positive know their status, and 95% of them are on treatment, and 95% of those on treatment have viral suppression, and the virus is basically suppressed. There's a bit of concern that government expressed yesterday that we may be slacking off on one of those goals, that perhaps we are at the point where 95% of those who are HIV positive know their status, but in terms of those who know then being on treatment, we're sort of lagging behind, and that was expressed yesterday. But also another dynamic coming into play, the new infections that are continuing to happen in our society, particularly affecting the age groups 15 to 24, and even there, variable in how it affects young girls versus how it affects young boys. The girls being more vulnerable and exposed to HIV, and the infection rates being higher among the young girls than they are among the young boys, raising the concern that young girls are being infected by older men. So that whole dynamic of abuse and sexual exploitation of children. It seems to me we need to bring back the conversation around HIV and AIDS and bring it front and center as a nation. So we will talk a bit about that in the second hour of the show, and we will unpack where we stand in the fight against AIDS. Do give me a call, weigh in. What are the solutions? Which ways should we be looking in terms of bringing it back front and center of the national conversation? Of course, we have all of your regulars lined up for you this morning, and Musa with your news updates every half hour. We have Rob Byrne coming through every 15 minutes or so with your traffic update. Zaikan is watching your sport throughout the morning. She'll tell you about Chelsea winning once again. All right, let's leave that there for now. Dawling Lichela has your economics, business and market news covered. Sipho Mantula with your Africa update just before 8 a.m. And as I said, I'll take your calls and WhatsApp voice notes throughout the morning. This is SAFM. We are leading the conversations that move us. The first hour of the Monday edition of the Morning Brief starts now.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
If you haven't already heard, FlySat is giving away a whopping 1 million rand in flight vouchers. That's right, 10 lucky winners will fly away with 100,000 rand each in vouchers, guaranteeing that their adventures come alive in 2025. And with 150 daily flights to all main SA destinations and beyond, you'll be spoiled for choice. Enter at flysafair.co.za. This could be your 1 in a million opportunity. FlySafair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
Mzansi Africa. Bafana have qualified for AFCON 2025 with an unbeaten record. For decades, the SABC stood by Bafana when few believed. It has been our honor to champion our national heroes through every twist and turn. We witnessed their hard work, challenges, and incredible resilience. This victory is not just for the team, but for all of us who have held on to hope and pride in our nation's talent. Big ups to the entire team for inspiring the nation and the supporters for the never give up attitude. Together, we've shown what true perseverance can achieve. Hashtag the power of perseverance. SABC Sport.
Thank you for supporting Bafana.
For the love of the game.
The Daily News Diary on SAFM.
Happy Monday to you and good morning.
Good morning, Thulas. Happy Monday to
Hello,
you too.
December to you.
It's here finally.
It's all right.
Finally.
Yeah. So I see that the issue of Stilfontein is back in the news, and a bit of success for those who are championing the cause of humanitarian assistance to the trapped miners.
True. The mining affected communities united in action. They've been granted an interim order, and this is to allow it to send emergency food and relief to the illegal miners that are still underground in Stilfontein. And this includes water, food, and medication. You know, the organization is requesting that the shafts be reopened, but the court is yet to rule on this case. Probably on Thursday there will be a ruling out on that. But, you know, the whole situation in Stilfontein also highlighting the issue of child labor, and this where we've seen a number of undocumented children arrested in the illegal mining operations there.
Yeah.
And in other stories, the ANC's National Working Committee and the party's KwaZulu-Natal leadership is meeting today, and this is to address, organizational issues arising from its recent provincial visit in KwaZulu-Natal or to KwaZulu-Natal. Previously, some senior party members suggested that the provincial leadership needed to be overhauled, and this to counter the influence of Jacob Zuma's led MK party. The Road Safety Festive Season campaign has been launched, and the Minister of Transport, Barbara Creasy, she's issued a stern warning to road users to obey the traffic rules or face the consequences. And also, you've mentioned it, South Africa has made, significant strides in combating HIV/AIDS with some notable achievements, and that includes reducing stigma as well as empowering individuals to disclose their status openly. And just lastly, Tshwane's executive mayor is to provide key updates on the city's recovery progress, this including the 6 billion rand Eskom debt. They'll also be looking at the Labour Court issues, outcomes and the way forward. That is after the recent Labour Court hearing on the salary disputes that is affecting the city. So some of the stories that we will be focusing on, and hopefully I'm crossing my fingers to my voice will just, allow me to do it.
Is it happening again?
It's happening again,
Strength to you. That's Anne Musa.
Thank you.
You'll be hearing her voice if it holds. You'll be hearing her voice every half hour with your news updates here on The Morning Brief.
Thulasizwe Simelane on SAFM.
At 19 minutes after 6, let's give you a sense of how your weather is looking this morning. Well, we start with this, a fire danger warning. Extremely high fire danger conditions are expected over the northern parts of the Northern Cape, the northern and eastern parts of the Free State, northwest, the southern parts of Gauteng, and the southwestern bushveld of Limpopo. The rest of your weather looks like this. Pretoria is fine, becoming partly cloudy from the afternoon with a minimum of 18 and a maximum of 35. Johannesburg is fine, becoming partly cloudy from the afternoon, 15 to 32. Mbombela, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers from the afternoon, 18 to 30. Bulukwane, fine, becoming partly cloudy from the afternoon, 18 to 31. Mahikeng will be fine, becoming partly cloudy from the afternoon, 15 to 35. And Bloemfontein will be fine with a minimum of 14 and a maximum of 33. Kimberley, fine, 13 to 34. Cape Town, partly cloudy, 18 to 25. George, partly cloudy, 13 to 24. Gqeberha, cloudy with isolated showers and rain at first, otherwise partly cloudy, 14 to 24. East London will be cloudy with scattered showers. The minimum temperatures will be 16 and the maximum 24. Durban will be cloudy with isolated showers, 20 to 26. Richards Bay, cloudy with isolated showers, 19 to 31. And finally, Pietermaritzburg will see morning fog, otherwise cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 15 to 24.
If you haven't already heard, FlySafair is giving away a whopping 1 million rand in flight vouchers. That's right, 10 lucky winners will fly away with 100,000 rand each in vouchers, guaranteeing that their adventures come alive in 2025. And with 150 daily flights to all main SA destinations and beyond, you'll be spoiled for choice. Enter at flysafair.co.za. This could be your 1 in a million opportunity. FlySafair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
The English are targeting a magnificent day on the pitch, but the Proteas want to send a strong reminder that the Diamond Oval is their home ground. What is summer without cricket? This is the One Day International Series, where summer cricket comes alive. Catch the exhilarating women's first ODI contest, South Africa Africa versus England this Wednesday 4 December at 13:14. Live at your fingertips on SABC Plus and Radio 2000 with reports on various SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Worldview Update, bringing you closer to international or global news.
Well, in case you were wondering, as many people have been, how the second Trump presidency would play itself out and whether it would be consequential for those of us far removed from the United States, geographically at least, we got a sense of that. The U.S. President-elect Donald Trump says he would require countries that are part of the BRICS group to commit to neither create a new currency nor seek to replace the dollar with one of their currencies for trade purposes, or else face 100% tariffs during his administration. BRICS has for many years been constituted by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa until it recently allowed other countries to join, and that happened earlier this year. Let me bring into the conversation Dr. Azar Jamin, who is the Director and Chief Economist of Econometrics. Good morning to you, Dr. Jamin. I've got to thank you for your time. I had to look, and dig deep and try and find out what is it about this proposal that has irked President-elect Trump so much that he took to his platform, Truth Social, about it. Were you able to glean what it is about this proposal that has gotten him to this point so heated, even before he takes office?
It's actually quite difficult to determine why he regards this proposal as so negatively, other than that it, in a sense, is a slap in the face of those who are looking for, as he does, America, making America great again, the dominant economic force in the world, because really it's moving away from the BRICS, moving away from the dollar, would really have relatively little negative impact on the United States economy. It would certainly simply be an alternative way of actually making trade transactions between members of BRICS themselves.
Yeah. So let's take a step back then, Dr. Jamin, and start by perhaps you giving us some background and context and the role of the US dollar in international trade. This very position that perhaps President-elect Trump suspects may be under threat. How did we get here, and what role does the United States dollar play in facilitating international trade?
A century ago, so most of the transactions conducted around the world were conducted in pound sterling, simply because Britain was the leading economy of the world at the time. But as the United States took over that role in the wake of the Second World War, and you had the formation of the Bretton Woods monetary system, people started using the dollar more and more rather than the pound as the main currency through which to conduct trade. And that had actually increased right through the latter part of the 20th century. But in recent years, as we have seen the formation of the euro and a relative decline in the size of the US economy in the rest of the world, we have seen people gradually reducing the level of reserves that they hold in US dollars and trying to adopt some other currencies. For example, in the year 2000, the dollar accounted for 70% of the world's foreign exchange reserves. That figure has declined. On the latest figure I saw was 59%. Instead, the euro has assumed a much bigger role, and the pound is still used to some extent. I think we're talking about 20% of reserves are held in euros and another 11% in pounds. And then we're starting to see reserves being held increasingly in some other currencies. The obvious one would look at is, of course, the Chinese yuan, because of the extent of trade between countries and China. But the Chinese have been reluctant to let the yuan be used to its full extent as an international trading currency. And the challenge that BRICS has had in contemplating its own currency has been to try and encourage its own members to start transacting more and more their own currencies. But the question is, if you psychologically at the moment, would you rather have Saudi riyals or South African rand as reserves if you were a foreign country as opposed to dollars? No, the answer is no. So we're a very long way off from actually moving towards an alternative currency to the dollar other than the euro itself. So I don't know why Trump is getting so worked up about this.
Perhaps it's getting worked up because, if we track back where the original idea of a BRICS currency came from, it was first mooted by President Lula da Silva of Brazil when the summit was held in South Africa last year. But I think perhaps, and I'm suggesting to you, Dr. Jamin, that perhaps the idea being taken forward at the BRICS summit in Russia this year with the proposal of the creation of a BRICS cross-border payment initiative in which members of the organization would use their national currencies as well as alternative messaging infrastructure to circumvent the SWIFT system of interbank communication. Just those two steps, the BRICS cross-border payment initiative and alternative messaging infrastructure, talking about setting that up. Does that even bring us anywhere close to setting up a BRICS currency or de-dollarization?
No, I mean, there is still a very long way to go. And as I say, the very simple question to ask is, which currency would most countries rather have? One of the minor BRICS currencies, or a newfound BRICS currency, or the US dollar. Look, over time, as BRICS becomes bigger and bigger as an economy, as an economic unit, and people start seeing it as a more cohesive economic unit, I think you will start seeing, as has been the case with the euro, people wanting to adopt that currency ever more. But this is going to take many years, and bearing in mind that Donald Trump is only going to will no longer be the United States president after 2028, I don't see why it's a threat to his administration in any way. I think it was just, it just shows what kind of person he is and how peaked he is the moment there is anything that speaks of people trying to make moves that that are seen to be moving away from U.S. dominance.
All right, thank you for your time and your insights this morning. That's Dr. Azar Jamin, who is the Director and Chief Economist of Econometrics. And bringing us to 6:30, let's check in with N. Musa now with the latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks to us. In the headlines, the ANC National Working Committee and the party's KwaZulu-Natal leadership will this morning hold their much-anticipated meeting in Boksburg in eastern Johannesburg. The High Court in Pretoria has granted the organisation Mining-Affected Communities United in Action an application for an urgent interdict to give emergency aid to the unknown number of illegal miners still underground in Stilfontein. And US President Joe Biden has issued a lengthy statement after pardoning his son Hunter, despite earlier saying he would not do so. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. Good morning. Just confirming those additional lane closures on the N1 South in Pretoria that went in at the sinkhole repair job by the R21, which caused enormous problems last week, have been lifted. So the N1 looking good, moving as well as it has for quite some time. Mopani Highway, the Pretoria, very heavy Monday traffic, stationary from Theo Martins all the way down to SKM Paswani. Roger Dyerson's heavy coming out of the industrial side towards the R101. That's a sort of direction N14, if you like. And there seems to be some trouble on the Golden Highway around Zachariah Park.
like there's some pressure there and obvious diversions onto other busy routes. So if you're that side, the bottom side of Lenasia, Zachariah Park area, factor in some queues and some delays. Durban, crash, early morning crash on the N2 South at Spaghetti Junction. So that is already quite heavy as you arrive into that zone from Umagena Road. Cape Town, a truck and two vehicles colliding on Marine Drive at Woodbridge Island. That's Loxton Road. That's pushing traffic very quickly back to Milnerton High School. If you're coming inbound on Marine Drive, Sunset Beach area, think about off-ramping or exiting at Racecourse Road. Go up to the Coburg Road and go through Coburg, get a change. It'll be a lot quicker run through this morning. And there is a bit of pressure on Jakes Kervell Drive around that road collapse system. Just a bit sluggish in that Lunga area between Lunga and Epping. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Hey Zai, good morning. Happy Monday.
It's a blue Monday for some people.
In a good way.
In a good way.
It is, absolutely.
Chelsea.
I was tempted to make it a Chelsea Monday. But we start here at home.
Yeah.
Perhaps one thing I enjoy more than watching the football itself on the screen is watching the banter on social media.
Oh.
And this time, all the fun is being had at the expense of Orlando Pirates, thanks to Stelis.
I know. A lot of people going, is this the team that's going to play Al Ahly? Come on, Pirates, what happened? Did you lose your way? I think Stellenbosch just built a defense that,
Yeah.
I don't think even AI could hack that one. So, good luck to Stellenbosch. We have their coach speaking next after they beat Orlando Pirates 1-0, and that was courtesy of Devon Titus's goal. The Buccaneers unable to reclaim top spot from Mamelodi Sundowns, who climbed to the summit on goal difference with their 3-0 victory over Sekhukhune United, and that was on Saturday. Stellies moving up to third place, 1 point clear of Chippa United. Let's hear now from Stellenbosch coach Steve Barker.
These Stellenbosch players just never cease to amaze me in terms of their courage, their bravery, their commitment, their desire, their work, their rate, their unity and togetherness. We've come up off extremely difficult week. Travelled Sunday, only arrived on Friday in Cape Town. Had to travel yesterday to play against a team that's won 7 in a row. So for us to come and get a result like we did today, just all the credit has to go to the players and the effort that they put in.
Another match saw Polokwane City fighting back to hold TS Galaxy to a 1-1 draw in their premiership match. Took place at the old Peter Mokaba Stadium. The draw leaves Rise and Shine placed 5th in the league standings as they extend their winless run to 3 matches. Polokwane will be hoping to snap that winless run when they host Kaizer Chiefs on the 8th of December. Golden Arrows, they thrilled fans with another 5-goal stunner, beating Cape Town City 3-2 at Mpumalanga Stadium. Elsewhere, Liverpool took their opportunity to open up an incredible 11-point gap on the reigning Premier League champions Manchester City with a 2-0 victory at Anfield. It's the first week of December and it already appears that the champions City are out of this season's title race. Manchester United's boss, their new boss, Ruben Amorim, earned his first league win in a 4-0 victory over Everton at Old Trafford, but United fans were vocal in their frustration with rising ticket prices, demanding better value for their loyalty. Meanwhile, Chelsea climbing to third, dispatching Aston Villa 3-0. That's 3 wins in 8 days for Enzo Maresca squad, Thulas.
Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, you know it. Go ahead. I can go on and on.
We love this Blue Monday, right? Finally looking blue at Old Trafford. At Stamford Bridge, elsewhere, Tottenham's top 4 hopes took a hit with a 1-1 draw against Fulham. And we also had Omar Mamouche scored a goal in each half. That's Eintracht Frankfurt. They won 4-0 at Hoffenheim, cutting the gap on Bayern Munich to 4 points. And Bayern's 1-0 draw at Borussia Dortmund over the weekend. Harry Kane subbed off early with injury, gave second place Frankfurt a chance to move closer to the league leaders. On to rugby, a mixed weekend for South African teams in the United Rugby Championship. The Bulls flexing their muscles with a 28-14 win over Connacht in Galway, becoming the 3rd SA team this year to conquer the Irish fortress. Meanwhile, in Durban, the Sharks edged the Stormers 21-15. It was a nail-biting local derby with the TMO denying the Stormers a late winner. The Lions stumbled to a 17-10 defeat against Munster in Limerick, unable to capitalise on their half-time lead. On to cricket, and an unbeaten 5th wicket stand of 65 by Tayyip Tahir and Irfan Khan set up Pakistan for a 57-run victory over Zimbabwe in the first of 320 internationals. Pakistan were chasing a white ball double in Zimbabwe, having already won the ODI series 2-1. They won the toss in Bulawayo and posted 165 for 4, while Zimbabwe were all out for 108 in 15.3 overs. And finally, motorsport. Red Bull's Max Verstappen won the Qatar Grand Prix yesterday, as McLaren and Ferrari took their Formula One Constructors title, and that's to the last race of the season in Abu Dhabi next weekend. The win was the quadruple world champions' 9th of the season and 2nd in a row in Qatar. Ferrari's Charles Leclerc finished runners-up and McLaren's Oscar Piastri 3rd. That's how we wrap it up. We'll bring you more sport. Top of the hour, I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Happy Monday to you, Dowling. I hope you had a great weekend. Let's start in China. I see that the world's factory is churning and churning even more in recent months.
Morning to us and happy December. Now, factory activity improved in China last month. The Caxton S&P Global Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index came in at 51.5 points, beating estimates of 50.5. This also marks the second month in a row that the official reading has stayed above the key 50 level, which separates growth from contraction. Now, the Caxton survey has a different profile compared to the official PMI survey. Caxton's survey focuses more on small and medium-sized enterprises and private companies. In contrast, the official PMI survey primarily targets large and state-owned firms. Now, analysts are saying the upbeat performance in the industry could be due to the stimulus unveiled by the central bank. China's economy has shown some early signs of recovery following a slate of stimulus measures introduced from late September. The world's second largest economy reported strong growth in October retail sales. Early November, China also unveiled a 5-year plan with $1.4 trillion to tackle local government debt issues, while signaling that additional economic support would be provided next year. Now, these efforts seem to be slowly filtering through to the sector and economy at large. Analysts, however, remain concerned about the Trump win, which has raised concerns over increased tariffs on Chinese goods, which, of course, could then dent Beijing's export sector.
So we are expecting global airline tickets to rise in 2025. Why is that?
So this is mainly on the back of supply chain disruptions, and a lot of these airlines are also dealing with increased costs. I mean, just a few months ago, we had that Boeing strike and the wage deal adding onto the expense line, and analysts, they were warning that it could cost Boeing billions of dollars. So it seems like these airlines are going to be trying to recoup those costs, and of course the travelers will be coughing out that money. Now, the global airfares are expected to rise in 2025, albeit at a more moderate pace than this year. This is according to a report by American Express Global Business Travel Group. The increase in ticket prices reflects higher costs and, of course, as I mentioned, lingering supply chain disruptions. The forecast predicts that airfares will rise by around 2% in North America and Europe, while Asia and Australasia will see increases of up to 14%. Regional variations in airfare increases are also expected. Routes between Europe and Asia will see a 6.6% jump in economy travel and 8.2% in business, driven by higher costs and curtailed supply. Australia is forecast to see the largest increases, especially for domestic travel, driven by the consolidation of Qantas Airways and Virgin Australia. The forecast also notes that companies that rely on air travel should expect tough negotiating stances from airlines as carriers seek to extract more revenue. This new reality for corporate travel is driven by rising wages, staffing shortages, fuel costs, and airlines adding new surcharges.
Still won't stop jet setters like you from being pictured from all sorts of fancy locations, right?
Please do not give my lifestyle away, Tulas.
That's my specialty. Lastly, a recap of the markets for us here at home and elsewhere in the world, please.
So U.S. markets ending November on a high in thin trading last Friday. Wall Street stocks edged higher, with the Nasdaq making the biggest gains there, up 0.83%. Coming back home, the mood really sour with local stocks downbeat. The All share shedding 0.3% in Friday's close, driven by a 0.76% fall in the Financial 15. The Rand, in the meantime, kicking the week off on the back foot, trading at 18.15 to the dollar. The Rand really being caught up in an emerging market currency sell-off, sparked by Trump threatening to impose tariffs on BRICS nations. Then over in Asia, markets kicking off December on a high, a sea of green on that front, following the broadly positive cues from Wall Street on Friday as traders reacted to a slew of domestic economic data from the region.
All right, Ndawling, we'll talk to you a bit later on. That's Ndawling Lechela there. She's watching your economics, business, as well as the markets here at home and elsewhere in the world throughout the next 3 hours here on the Morning Brief.
For 30 years, we've stood together, advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. But the fight is far from over. Your voice matters. Every action counts. From educating our communities to supporting survivors, it's time to unite and create a future free from fear. Join SAFM for 16 days of activism. Together we can make a difference. Together we can end the violence. Because 30 years of progress means we cannot stop now. Let's advance the fight. Stand up, speak out, take action. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Big stories of the day. Hashtag the Morning Brief.
You're listening to the Morning Brief here on SAFM, and we are wanting to bring you another conversation while we try and line up our guest. You can, of course, give us a call. The number to dial is 086 000 2032. But let me speak to Oupa Pilane of the Southern Africa Tourism Services Association. He's chairperson there. And the reason we're talking to Oupa is because it's festive season and South Africans are preparing for the end of year holidays. Pilane's organization, the Southern Africa Tourism Services Association, says travelers to Mozambique should maintain close contact with their tourism service providers to ensure that they get accurate, up-to-date information. The association was commenting after anti-government protests flared up again in parts of Mozambique on Wednesday last week. Let's speak to Oupa Pilane now to take that conversation forward. Good morning to you and thank you for your time. So when you say that the approach should be to keep in constant contact with your tourism service provider, why that approach as opposed to, altogether postponing travel to Mozambique over this festive season?
Good morning, President. Good morning to your listeners. Look, I think I must point out that we are equally concerned about the unrest that are happening in Mozambique. But at the same time, the economic inputs for Mozambique to sustain itself even after this conflict is very, very important. But also, we should also point out that we are equally concerned about the safety of our tourists in Mozambique. And hence, we are saying that as an organization, that we've got reputable service providers that are aware, are on the ground, and they constantly brief us in terms of where are these sporadic protests happening. And of course, one of the things that comes up is that the main entrance border gate that is a challenge is the Komati Port Lebombo border. And you've got other border gates in and around Swaziland and the ones around from Richards Bay, KZN. And those border gates are fairly quiet and there's nothing happening there. And these protests also, when you go in other areas of Mozambique, are not happening. They're like in areas like Vilankulu, Ponta d'Oro, they remain unaffected. And we are saying, therefore, that these areas can be visited. And it is equally important that the tourists should really keep in touch with their service providers on their ground so that they can know exactly where to go.
So what are your service providers? You're saying you have a reliable network of service providers that monitor the situation because of Mozambique's importance as a tourism market. What are they telling you about accessibility of some of the key attractions in Mozambique, but also passability of roads? Because, you know, it's one thing for me to be able to cross into Mozambique from one of the border posts you mentioned, but I've still got to navigate, 300 kilometers inside Mozambique where, you know, I could come across some of the unrest.
Look, we already had tourists that had booked their packages for December. You know, many tourists plan for these holidays. And you are saying that instead of cancelling these holidays, and largely these are packages that are already pre-booked, and they have tour operators on the ground that are taking them around. So those are some of the tourists that we are referring to say that you do not have to cancel your trip, but speak to your tour operator because they know the ways around Mozambique and they can navigate to areas of safety. So that is the call that we are calling. But at the same time, we're saying it is important that, we are alert and we don't, randomly and irresponsibly put people's lives in danger. But we're saying that it is much, much, much better for these tourists to honestly keep in touch with their tour operators on the ground because they are aware of where these hotspots are in Mozambique and they can easily avoid them.
I'll tell you why I'm a bit concerned, Mr. Bilan. Just recently, in the first wave of protests immediately after the elections, I remember hearing a traveler from South Africa calling on another radio station and just giving a harrowing and shocking account of needing to be escorted by an army armored vehicle for them to be able to get to the next destination and being pelted with stones and the likes. Don't you run the risk of putting ahead the interests of tourism and serving the market over the lives of people? Isn't it safer and more sensible to say we're not boycotting Mozambique, but, given the situation and the lack of understanding of what's actually happening on the ground, it's better to just postpone?
Look, I think it will be really irresponsible of us to put people's lives in danger, but also to blanket Mozambique as an entire country under unrest would also be unfair. So what we are therefore saying again is that yes, we've had incidences, even ourselves, where because we were not aware of all the planned protests at the time immediately after the elections. But as time progressed, we became aware and we had to adapt to the situation in terms of operations. And currently now, we have established a network of tour operators on the ground that are able to give us accurate and instant information in terms of what is happening. And what we get constantly is that there are areas that since the elections and since the start of the unrest, they have never experienced any unrest. So therefore, for us to say that let's blanket Mozambique, let's tell people not to go there, I think it will definitely be unfair because if you also, we've had similar experiences in South Africa where areas had experienced protests, but that did not mean that it was the entire country. So I think it will only be fair to the Mozambicans that we give accurate information.
So a nuanced approach. Thank you for that. That's Opa Pilane, who is the Southern Africa Tourism Services Association chairperson.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. Coming out of four ways in Joburg, traffic lights out, three really big consecutive junctions. Winnie Mandela and Leslie. Winnie Mandela at the N1 and Winnie Mandela and Sloane. Although you have a deployment of pointsmen in the area, delays will be inevitable. Some of those junctions, particularly Sloane, really have a major impact. There's so much traffic that needs to filter through there and just not manageable even with pointsmen. So coming off the N1 highway across the course of the morning onto Winnie Mandela
to get down towards Bryce is going to be heavy. An issue on the N3 South at Galooly is quite heavy from Edenvale, making your way down to Bedfordview this morning. Issues on the M2 into Joburg. Traffic standing between Denver and the Benrose exit. Coming out of Pretoria, good news, well, good and bad. The N1 south through the R21 looks a picture of good health. The lane closures at the sinkhole have been lifted. It seems to be running much better, flowing much better than it has for ages there. But the bad news is you'll sit in some very heavy Monday morning traffic through Brockfontein, in fact, just south of John Foster, all the way down to a point at New Road. Durban, a breakdown and a crash on the N2 southbound at Spaghetti Junction. Traffic all the way back to Mgena Road and looking heavy. That's southbound. Northbound, you're queuing up. Probably a bit of onlooking maybe, but queues from the M7 through to Westwood Mall. Higginson Highway out of Chatsworth looking very slow. Good news in Cape Town. Jake's Kerwell drivers reopened after a closure that was in place since Friday with that road collapse section. There is a left lane closure and there is a big ditch across the road which will catch you out if you're moving too fast. So between Epping and Lunga, just take it easy getting through there, but the road's open and that has alleviated all the potential for major problems this morning. Marine Drive, staying in Cape Town, heavy queues. A truck crash this morning at Loxton Road, also known as Woodbridge Island. So that's a major backlog along the coastal route. Queues already back to Sunset Beach. If you're coming out of Tableview, Bloberg's Parklands areas, think about Bloberg Road, Kuberg Road, and go in that way this morning. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
My name's Boitumelo Tekiso. I'm 15. I was in a class of 30 kids and wasn't getting the attention I needed. That's why my parents moved me to UCT Online High School. With continuous support, including a support coach, I can get ahead and stay ahead. Sign up at uctonlinehighschool.com. It's not too late. Applications close 6 January 2025.
Running your own building business, time is money, and Buco gets that. Early morning deliveries, you'll have everything you need to hit the ground running. Buco has extended trading hours so you can grab those last-minute essentials or save even more time and order online at buco.co.za. It's quick, easy, and convenient. Visit our new Buco store in Stratham Park, corner Frida and CR Swart Drive. For every step and every build, begin with Buco.
Buco. The English are targeting a magnificent day on the pitch, but the Proteas want to send a strong reminder that the Diamond Oval is their home ground. What is summer without cricket? This is the One Day International Series, where summer cricket comes alive. Catch the exhilarating women's first ODI contest, South Africa versus England, this Wednesday 4 December at 13:14. Live at your fingertips on SABC Plus and Radio 2000 with reports on various SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
This is Thulasizwe Simelane on the Morning Brief.
6 minutes to 7. Let's turn to this now. Some experts are warning that South Africa may face unrest because of water scarcity. Residents in the Johannesburg suburb of Westbury clashed with police last week during a protest about a lack of water supply in areas west of the city. Separately, members of the Democratic Alliance handed over a memorandum of issues to the executive mayor of Johannesburg, Dada Morero, about the ongoing water outages on Wednesday last week. Let's speak to Benoit Leroy, who is the CEO of the South African Water Chamber. Good morning to you, and thank you for your time. So, when there's a warning about unrest that is directly linked to the water scarcity, what are we talking about? There used to be that advert, I think I remember it correctly, that says the next war will be waged over water. Perhaps we're not talking war, but you're saying unrest. What does that look like?
Morning, Thulasizwe and listeners. Yes, look, let's hope that the unrest is going to settle down, and I think the only solution to that is to, in actual fact, start addressing the issues in a more rapid way. Just to put some numbers on the table, we need about 30 billion rand to reinstate the water delivery network in Johannesburg. That means if we spent 5 billion rand a year, it would take 6 years. At the moment, Joburg spends 1.2 billion and has promised over the next few years to ramp it up to 6 billion. That ramping up needs to happen now and not later to actually, people are at, I think, the end of their tether, and understandably. And, by rapid interventions, by putting in 5 to 10 billion rand over the next 6 months in the hotspots, that would really alleviate a lot of these issues. So it's rapid work, it's smart work, and it has to be done with society fully engaged so that they can see. When people see that there is something happening, there is progress. It's going to take a couple of years, but we've embarked, and I think the frustrations will reduce markedly. But society's putting pressure on. We've got to do something.
Just to be clear, are we dealing here with an issue of water scarcity, as in the rains have not come down the way they should have and the dams are not filling up, or are we talking about something breaking along the way between rain falling and filling up the dams and me opening the tap and the water comes out?
Yeah, it's in actual fact, the integrated Vaal River system has got about 70-75% water. So it's 14 dams. There's no problem there. The Vaal Dam is low, it's just below 20, but we've got Statfontein that has over a year's supply in it and will be opened at 18% of the Vaal. That is not really the issue. The issue is the pipes from, so Rand Water delivers its water per contract to the metros from their reservoirs to the consumer's tap. So that distribution system or reticulation system is what needs upgrading, replacing, rejuvenation, and the reservoirs. A lot of the reservoirs, and there's about 85 in a poor state, of which is only money for 20. We have to find the rest of the money. So it's not a water scarcity issue. It's dry taps, but it is an issue of municipal infrastructure as opposed to the dams not being full. Yes, we need to reduce our water consumption where possible because the rains haven't arrived yet, but that's not the crisis at the moment.
And just specifically on the infrastructure of Johannesburg, a city like Johannesburg, is it the age or is it an issue of maintenance and not keeping up as the city's needs grew, as more settlements and residential areas and business areas grew? We just never invested in new networks and pipelines.
It's a combination. We didn't augment the capacity, so we don't have the storage capacity in the system. Plus, we haven't maintained it. So for 30 years, if we put in the 2 billion a year, we would have been fine, and the system would have been in a very good shape. We didn't do that for 30 years, and we were spending 200 million. It's only recently we upped it to 1.2 billion. So now we have to play catch up, and that's where the crisis comes. Unfortunately, the collapse is exponential. So as the patchwork happens, you actually make the rest of the network vulnerable because it's all very old, and it should have been replaced over time. So it's a combination of things, and it's all underground. And the leaks that you do see is less than 5% of the actual water lost in the system. Most of it goes into the ground.
Sure. Are there immediate wins and immediate interventions that would at least stop the bleeding while we try and attend to the underlying issues and make the kinds of investments that you were talking about earlier on?
We have to reduce our consumption where practically possible. So that's the first thing. Joburg is reinstating and putting extra pressure management. So by reducing the pressure on the system, so with pressure reducing valves, we call them, and also to address, let's say, some of the larger leaks in some of the reservoirs that are very apparent. So those are being embarked upon, but it's a system that requires 30 billion intervention, and we're spending 1.2. So put into context, at 1.2 billion a year, we're not going to make a very big dent, but we have to make a dent somehow, and that has to be shown and shared with folk. There is a Gauteng dashboard on the Department of Water Sanitation website with the 3 metros supply information. So information is starting to flow, but the actual timelines in your area, etc., that will have to be done at councillor level, I think, because it's quite it's quite a lot of detail. So that's the next step. So there is an intent to share the issues, the problems, and how to sort it out, but I think we need to accelerate it.
All right, I've got to thank you for your time this morning. That's Benoit Leroy, who is the CEO of the South African Water Chamber. Bringing us to 7 a.m., let's check in with N. Musa with the latest news.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. Now that's good news.
In our top stories, ANC National Working Committee to hold their much-anticipated meeting, and U.S. President's statement after his son Hunter pardoned. Good morning. The ANC National Working Committee and the party's KwaZulu-Natal leadership will this morning hold their much-anticipated meeting in Boksburg, eastern Johannesburg. The meeting comes in the wake of the party's significant loss in the province during the May 29th polls. Ntebo Mukobo has more.
The ANC and WC is meeting today to address organizational issues arising from its recent provincial visit in KwaZulu-Natal. Some senior party members suggested that the KZN provincial leadership needed to be overhauled to counter the influence of the Jacob Zuma-led MK party, but the KZN provincial secretary Bheki Mtolo is not happy.
In National Executive Committee, Elito Babu Ramaphosa, Nobabu Mbalula, lost the country of 40%. They must take that responsibility. See, now we are taking our own responsibility of losing the province to 17%.
Already the NWC had indicated that it will propose changes to the province's leadership, with recommendations set to be presented to the NEC when it meets in mid-December.
The High Court in Pretoria has granted the organization Mining Affected Communities United in Action an application for an urgent interdict to give emergency aid to the unknown number of illegal miners still underground in Stilfontein. The humanitarian aid includes water and food. The organization believes that the illegal miners are being subjected to life-threatening conditions underground. Tato Khafane is an attorney for Lawyers for Human Rights.
Lawyers for Human Rights welcomes this decision because it's very important in recognizing that the artisanal miners have the right to life, but also the right to not have the quality of their life diminished. The order also affirms that the state cannot use starvation and dehydration, which are internationally recognized elements of crimes against humanity, as a tool purported for law enforcement.
Deputy President Paul Mashatile and the Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi says lobby group Treatment Action Campaign's demand for the provision of 6 months of antiretrovirals to patients is reasonable. The lobby group and people living with HIV staged a picket outside Sisadukashe Stadium in Mdantsane in the Eastern Cape yesterday. Mashatile is also chairperson of the council, and Motsoaledi attended the World AIDS Day National event at the stadium. Motsoaledi says they will devise a plan to implement the lobby group's demand.
I can see the issue of 6 months is very, very popular to everybody here. And from what I can see, it has got very big advantages to what we want to achieve. So I don't think it's something that we need to argue about. All that we need to do in the department is to look at what plan do we do.
The Road Traffic Management Corporation says it has put in place a strategic plan aimed at reducing crashes this festive season. This after identifying 20 crash hotspots across the 9 provinces. They include the R573 in KwaMhlanga, Mpumalanga, and the R21 in Kempton Park in Gauteng. The corporation CEO Makusini Msibi was speaking at the N1 Carousel in Pretoria during the 2024 Road Safety Campaign launch yesterday.
So our strategic deployment then first starts with those areas, but over and above, for this year, we are enforcing it 24/7 because most of the accidents find expression and occur during the night or early hours of the morning when our law enforcement are not there. It's a common phenomenon that we don't have the necessary capacity of the law enforcers.
And finally, U.S. President Joe Biden has issued a lengthy statement after pardoning his son Hunter, despite earlier saying he would not do so. Hunter faced possible prison time for illegally buying a gun and lying about his drug use, as well as tax evasion. Sharon Bryce-Peace reports.
In a lengthy statement, Biden expressed his view that his son had clearly been treated differently for offences that he believed typically resulted in non-criminal resolutions. He argued that the charges came about only after several of his political opponents in Congress instigated them in an attack on his re-election. Biden pointed to an earlier negotiated plea deal between his son's legal team and the Justice Department that later unraveled in court, adding that it would have been a reasonable resolution. Biden said raw politics had led to a miscarriage of justice and hoped Americans would understand why a father and a president would come to this decision.
Recapping the top story, the ANC National Working Committee and the party's KwaZulu-Natal leadership will this morning hold their much-anticipated meeting in Boksburg, Eastern Johannesburg. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. Now that's good news.
This festive season, you may not get the gift you were hoping for. It may be another pair of socks. Don't despair. Outsurance has a gift you'll definitely love. Get a quote, and if Outsurance can't beat your car insurance premium, ask them for 500 Rand cash. And make that 1,500 Rand cash if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. With Outsurance, you always get something out. A licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Coming in from the south, moving north into Joburg this morning. Mike 1 is heavy. Heavier than you might be expecting. Goldreach City right through to Parktown's Oxford Road before you're out of that. A lot of traffic on the N3 out of Germiston, Alberton, passing a stationary truck before Heldenace, passing the left lane closure at Van Buren, and then all the way through towards the Edenvale Modderfontein Road exit. N3 going south is quite heavy as well. Modderfontein Road to Galulies. Looks like an issue at Galulies, and that seems to be just causing a pushback on the N12 and R24 route as well, coming in from Ekurhuleni side. N1 south through Pretoria, if you're just joining us, missed the earlier updates. That's flowing nicely through the sinkhole section. The N1 further down, it's a busy new sort of month, Monday morning, as you queue from, John Foster effectively right down to the New Road exit. Durban, the crash and the breakdown into south at Spaghetti Junction, that is all being cleared up. Traffic is starting to flow through from Get a Road again. And Cape Town, major alerts if you're coming out of Tableview, Parklands and Bloberg. A truck crash at Marine Drive and Woodbridge Island. That traffic's all the way back to Bayside. Bloberg Road, Kuberg Road looks a better option, although there is a bit of traffic already rerouting that way. Oh, lights are down. Bosmansdam Road at the N7, so out of Buttersuck and Edgemead. That's getting pretty heavy as well, that side. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
A very good morning to you. In your SFM sports headlines, there is soccer news. SAFA admitting to unpaid Bafana match fees. And in rugby, the Blitzboks, they go down to France, finishing 6th in Dubai. Details around 7:30.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
8 minutes after 7 on this Monday. Good morning, South Africa. This is the second hour of the Morning Brief here on SAFM. Thank you for staying with us. Let me tell you what's coming up within the next half hour. We have three key themes we'd like to cover and have a conversation about. The first one is World AIDS Day, and just refocusing the conversation around HIV and AIDS and the numbers there, and how it continues to be an issue in our society, as much as we don't seem to be talking about it as much as we used to. So amid the ongoing commemorations of World AIDS Day, the philanthropist and entrepreneur Bill Gates has opened up about the search for a lifetime HIV vaccine rather than one that only lasts for a few months at a time. We have a conversation lined up about that, reflecting on World AIDS Day and how the virus is spreading in our communities in South Africa. And then we'll tell you about this, an unfortunate consequence of sexual exploitation and abuse by soldiers serving on continental peacekeeping deployments is the increased paternity claims. According to statistics and a report, South Africa is at the top of the United Nations' list for the number of fatherhood claims that are being made against soldiers who were serving who've been serving in peacekeeping missions across the continent. And then lastly, the other story I want to flag for you is this study that tells us that high school pupils, quite a number of them, vape anywhere and anytime. So vapes, the e-cigarettes. According to the study, learners vape before school, during break, in class, in the bathrooms, every opportunity that they get. Many learners, many pupils actually take the opportunity to use those e-cigarettes and vape. We'll explore what the implications of all of that are for those young people. Of course, we have all of your regulars lined up for you. And Musa with your news update, Rob Byrne with your traffic, Zaikhan with your sport, and Dauleng Lechela with your economics, business and market news, as well as Sipho Mantula with your Africa update. The number to dial 086 000 203. 032, and I'll take your WhatsApp voice notes on 061 410 4107. This is SAFM. We are leading the conversations that move us. The second hour of the Monday edition of the Morning Brief starts now.
If you haven't already heard, FlySat Fair is giving away a whopping 1 million rand in flight vouchers. That's right, 10 lucky winners will fly away with 100,000 rand each in vouchers, guaranteeing that their adventures come alive in 2025. And with 150 daily flights to all main SA destinations and beyond, you'll be spoiled for choice. Enter at flysatfair.co.za. This could be your 1 in a million opportunity. FlySat Fair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
The English are targeting a magnificent day on the pitch, but the Proteas want to send a strong reminder that the Diamond Oval is their home ground. What is summer without cricket? This is the One Day International Series, where summer cricket comes alive. Catch the exhilarating women's first ODI contest, South Africa versus England, this Wednesday 4 December at 13:14. Live at your fingertips on SABC Plus and Radio 2000, with reports on various SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Big stories of the day. Hashtag the morning brief.
13 minutes after 7. Yesterday, the global community came together, as has been done annually since 1988, to commemorate World AIDS Day. Led by UN AIDS, this year's theme is, quote, "Take the Rights Path, My Health, My Right," end quote. Amid ongoing commemorations, philanthropist Bill Gates has opened up about the search for a lifetime HIV vaccine rather than one that only lasts for a few months at a time. Let's speak to Professor Jürgen Pillay, who is the Director for HIV and TB Delivery at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Prof, good morning and thank you for your time this morning. We'll turn to the issue around the vaccine that lasts a lifetime in a moment, but I wanted to just touch on this theme, take the rights path, and how it manifests in the South African context. Yesterday we heard just how disturbing some of the trends that are emerging are, particularly as they relate to the infection of younger people, particularly girls. What does this reveal about where the fight against HIV and AIDS is in South Africa and within the context of taking the rights path?
Thulasizwe, good morning, and good morning to your listeners. Thank you for the invitation. No, absolutely. You know, we still have about 150,000 new infections in South Africa every year. And, you know, we are projecting that by 2044, if we continue down the current path, we will still have around 60,000 new infections. And this is in 2044, you know, a good few years ahead. So we've got to do more, and clearly we are still seeing many, many more young people, especially those between 15 and 24, now moving a bit further, 25 to 35. So it's that age range that we are particularly worried about, because that's where the bulk of the new infections in South Africa are coming from. Now, added to that, we have just under 2 million people who are HIV positive, who are not on antiretrovirals for a variety of reasons. And really the call is, one, to prevent new infections, and secondly, if you are HIV positive and you know your status, because many people actually do know their status but are not on treatment. So they have a right to get treatment, and the rights extend to, at an individual level, to take treatment and ensure you're negative, to ensure that you are not not able to transmit the virus because you're on antiretrovirals, so that you protect other people. So that's the one right. And other people, you know, loved ones, have the right to be protected from people who are HIV positive. So, you know, the rights are followed by obligations. Yeah. So you have the right to get treatment, and you should get treatment. but you have an obligation to take your medicines, your antiretrovirals, every day, because, as you know, Thulasizwe, this is a chronic disease.
Yeah. So in terms of the dynamics, the population dynamics, part of the stats reveal that the rate of infection of young girls is higher than the rate of infection of young boys. And the reading there has been to say that the younger girls, are being infected by older men. To what extent does that talk to the dynamic of, not taking the rights path as far as, the gender-based violence and exploitation, sexual exploitation of girls situation that we face in this country?
No, absolutely. I mean, 2023, South African Police Services reported about 53,000 sexual offences, of which about 43,000 were rapes. Now, what we do know, firstly, that's an undercount because people don't always report. But secondly, that there's a lot of transmission of HIV through sexual acts currently, and many of these are recorded as rapes. People are not consenting. These are non-consenting young people who are raped. And of course, we also know that the infection rates amongst female sex workers is very high. And if the clients do not protect themselves using condoms, the clients are likely to get HIV positive and then, of course, spread the disease even further. So we really need to figure out how to ensure that young people are protected, that older men especially are responsible for their actions and are held accountable for their actions, whether it's consensual or non-consensual.
Right.
Non-consensual.
Prof, let me then bring in the conversation around a lifetime HIV vaccine, as opposed to one that only lasts for a few months at a time. How far are we from that?
So firstly, Thulasizwe, as you know, there's no cure for HIV. And secondly, there is no vaccine currently for HIV. What we have is pre-exposure prophylaxis, which are once-a-day tablets. And we now have an injectable called CAB-LA, which, if injected every 2 months, can protect you from HIV. But, these are not vaccines, right? Because a vaccine typically would protect you, give you lifetime protection, as you just said. The Gates Foundation has been funding vaccine research for a while now, and will continue to do that. But unfortunately, the search for a HIV vaccine continues, and it's unlikely we'll get any vaccine in the next 10 years or so. So what we have to default to are these preventative measures.
Yeah.
The good news, as you know, Thulasizwe, is that there is another pre-exposure prophylaxis called lenacapavir, an injection you take every 6 months that can protect you from HIV. So we currently have the once-a-day pill that can protect you, as well as an injectable every 2 months. And soon, hopefully in early 2026, we will have the 6-month injectable to protect you from HIV.
All right, Prof, I've got to thank you for your time. That's Professor Yogan Pillay, who is the Director for HIV and TB Delivery at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Thulasizwe Simelane on SAFM.
Let's turn to this then. An unfortunate consequence of sexual exploitation and abuse by soldiers on continental peacekeeping deployments is the increased paternity claims. According to statistics, South Africa is at the top of the United Nations list for the number of fatherhood claims against its soldiers. A report says 80 paternity claims involving South African military personnel have been forwarded to the troop contributing country in the past 15 years. And we've got to give credit there to the initial reporting of Defense Web on that story, as we welcome Helmut Heitmann, who is a military and defense analyst. Good morning to you, Helmut, and thank you for your time. So this report by the UN about troop contributing country, South Africa being one of them, is, I suggest the tip of the iceberg. It talks about 80 paternity claims over the past 15 years. I suggest that it's the tip of the iceberg. Do you agree with that suggestion?
Look, I don't. In terms of sexual relations, yes, certainly it's a minute proportion. In terms of paternity claims, probably not.
the reason I say that is you're looking at a war zone with a shattered economy. And if you look at every war zone in history, young women whose families are disrupted or have disappeared tend to find themselves a man who will pay the bills. And one way to do that is to fall pregnant. Now, it sounds terribly cynical, but I'm afraid it happens. It happened in Germany after the war. It happened in Vietnam. It's happened in pretty much every war. And if you look at it, 80 over 15 years. In 15 years, we had something like close to 20,000 troops deployed in the Congo. Now, 80 from 20,000 troops doesn't sound like a hell of a lot to me. In fact, it's probably even more than 20,000 because initially there were 6 month deployments, not a full year, so they rotated every 6 months. So probably more than 20,000 troops were there. That said, of course, it shouldn't happen.
Yeah,
that's the theory. I think also, and I'm glad you said specifically looking at the paternity claims here, because unfortunately even consensual sex is listed as an offense by the United Nations. So it's not that the soldiers are running out going gaga and raping everything in sight.
Yeah.
Some have been doing that. That's not. There have been incidents with underage girls, which is bad. We did prosecute a flight sergeant here, then committed suicide. But this is primarily an issue of discipline. You know, they are not supposed to be outside the unit lines after hours and fooling around. Unfortunately, they do, and if you've got particularly young men, some years ago when we first had these allegations against South African troops, I spoke to the then financial head of MONUSCO, or the investment head of MONUSCO, happened to be a lady from Ghana, and she pointed out that, you know, you take young men and you train them to be aggressive and adventurous, and you post them away from mommy and the girlfriend for 6 months or a year, and you expect them to behave like choir boys. It's not going to happen. That was the one half of what she said. The other half was look at the economic situation there.
Yeah.
You know, so it's inevitable. It will happen. And the third thing she pointed out was that as far as the people in the east of the DRC are concerned, South Africa is a wealthy country. It's a bit like a Western country. So you make a claim against a South African soldier, there's a good chance you'll get a payout. Or maybe actually get married and get taken back to South Africa. As she put it, they don't try with the Pakistanis, Indians, or Algerians because they know they'll just get laughed at. So I think, yes, it's a problem, and it's not the only disciplinary problem we have. We have others. But I don't think it's nearly as dramatic as people immediate action might be. As again, 80 over maybe 20,000 soldiers is not really a hell of a lot.
Yeah. Is there a discrepancy between how we perceive some of the activities that you mentioned that the UN categorizes as sexual exploitation and abuse, and our own standards and standing orders and regulations within the South African National Defence Force, in that, for instance, consensual relationships with, you know, locals in the areas where these troops are stationed are deemed differently by the two entities, the UN and the SANDF?
Look, as far as the UN is concerned, they are definitely no-no, and they count as an offence. I don't think they count as an offence since now out of touch these days. I've been out for a while. They don't count as an offence in terms of South African military law. It'd be difficult to make it an offence in terms of our law, our civilian law, for instance. And consensual is consensual. And consider that in South Africa, we're now actually looking at, and I'm not sure how far this has gone, looking at legalising prostitution, which is consensual in that sense. So it would be difficult to say to our soldiers, you know, what's legal in South Africa is illegal there. The issue, as I say, comes back to discipline, and it's not just that. The recent reports of drunken sailors in Simonstown, there have been other issues, and one of the problems is that we've let, over the years, some very senior officers get away with some very serious offences. And if you don't have senior officers being disciplined, then you're not going to find it very easy to enforce discipline in your junior ranks.
All right.
Helmut? So viable.
Yeah. All right. I've got to thank you for your time and your insights this morning. That's Helmut Heidman, who is a military and defense analyst.
Big stories of the day. # The Morning Brief.
At 25 minutes after 7, let me tell you this story. A new study has found that high school pupils vape anywhere. Well, many of them vape anywhere and anytime. According to the study, learners vape before school, during break, in class, and in bathrooms. Based on the numbers, about 1 in 6 high school pupils are said to be using e-cigarettes within an hour of waking up. Let's bring into the conversation Richard van Zyl Smith, who is a professor and consultant consultant pulmonologist at UCT. Good morning to you, and thank you for your time, Prof. How widespread is this issue of the use of vapes and e-cigarettes by pupils in schools?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on. Our study looked at 52 different high schools across the country. We weren't able to look at the poorest of the schools in rural areas, so this is in big cities, smaller cities, but it's widespread. It's highly variable as well, so some schools have major problems, other schools do not. But it is certainly a very worrying statistic that we found, but probably is not occurring in every single school, but certainly the schools we looked at, it's of major concern.
What are the factors at play? I mean, I see you describe it as being quote-unquote off the charts, the extent of to which pupils are vaping. What are some of the factors at play? How does it translate to that situation where we have so many pupils using vapes?
I mean, just think when you were at school, I mean, were half of your class in your matric year smoking cigarettes? I mean, we've never seen this in terms of the number of pupils using, and our numbers show that at some schools, not every school, it could be in excess of half of your matric class who's actively vaping, which is, in my perspective, off the chart. We have never seen this. And I think a lot of it's got to do with the popularity, but then it very quickly becomes a coping mechanism and an addiction. And so these high school students actually aren't able to easily stop vaping because they need it to get through their day.
And then tell me about, you're saying that it defies what would ordinarily be a stereotype. It's not the problem children that you found were the ones using vapes?
Yes, so again, traditionally, the sort of problem child is the one smoking a cigarette behind the bicycle shed that comes late for school. These are often your first team captains, your high-performing matrics who are top of the class, your sports persons. They're coping, and this is something they found to manage the stress that they are experiencing at school currently. And so it's not, as I said, the traditional students who get into trouble for misbehavior. These are your high-performing kids. I mean, it's across the board, though.
And what about the issue of ease of access? What did you find there? How easy is it to access vapes and conceal them and get them into school, into the school environment?
So our study didn't specifically look at that question. We were really asking about what they're doing, but I've spoken at probably 20 to 25 schools around the country and engaged with many of the principals. And so you get a feeling having those discussions. The biggest supplier of vapes to the school is probably the cafe around the corner, because you can get them anywhere. You can order them on Checker 6060, Take a Lot, Mr. Delivery. It will deliver them to your door for you. And you stick it in your tie, you stick it in your underwear, you have it in your sleeve under your blazer, and so it's completely concealable. And this is what we're finding when you chat to these students. They will vape in chapel, they will vape during class, because there's no smoke that comes out. You can get the water vapor to condense. You can pretty much vape anywhere you wish at any time, and it's almost impossible for the teachers to recognize it, because you're sucking on the back of your pencil or your pen or chewing on your flash drive, which are normal childhood behaviors, but actually it's a vape device.
What do the findings point to? What should be the societal response to the findings you've made?
So, I mean, we need to regulate. At the moment, it is a complete free-for-all. You can access, you can advertise. There is no official regulation preventing access. And so what we need to do is to pass the laws that have been sitting in front of Parliament for the last 6 years. Now, I acknowledge that's not going to solve the problem. But very much like teenage drinking, if you allowed teenagers to drink, we would have a much bigger problem. The fact that it's at 18 and you have to go into a shop does help. And so we need, primarily to protect our children, at least a regulation that says no underage vaping, not able to access it, can't get delivered to your house, will be a fantastic starting point. And then we have to undo years of advertising, promotion, and change the rhetoric around it.
Right.
This isn't something that our high school students should be going for.
All right, thank you for your time this morning. Richard Van Zyl Smith, who is a professor and consultant pulmonologist at UCT. Let's check in now with Ann Musa with the latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks to us. In the headlines, police have launched a manhunt for suspects in an incident in which 5 men were shot dead in Mfuleni on the Cape Flats. The newly appointed Thulasizwe Party national organizer, Joe Ndlela, has called on members to refrain from fighting for positions. He was speaking at the party's first anniversary mini rally in Mkondo, Mpumalanga yesterday. And the ANC's National Working Committee and the party's KwaZulu-Natal leadership will this morning hold their much-anticipated meeting in Boksburg, Eastern Johannesburg. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Still looking very good out of Pretoria, M1 South. The lane closures that caught everybody out last week at the R21 have been removed and the traffic flowing better than it has for a while. It gets heavy as you pick up the Midrand section. John Foster down to New Road is the backlog there. Joburg's N3 is pretty heavily backed from Germiston and Alberton all the way through to Modderfontein Road in the Edenvale area. Then if you're driving south, the crash at Galuli's, that's why the N3 South is so badly backed up from Modderfontein Road. And there's a lot of pressure coming in on the N12 and R24 routes from the Ekurhuleni side as well. Crash on the N1 heading north at Dipcliffe interchange, heavy up from Eldos through the Devland area this morning. Durban, the crash and breakdown that we had at Spaghetti Junction southbound, that's all being cleared away. The N2 north is backed as it normally is from the M7, moving up towards Westwood Mall, and there's a bit of pressure out to Pavilion on the N3, heading out towards Pinetown. Cape Town side this morning, truck crash Marine Drive at Loxton Road, that's Woodbridge Island. That's a massive queue out of Tableview this morning. If you're thinking about routing the other way, Bloberg Road to Kuberg Road's heavy, and then Kuberg Road, some lights down there, Macro causing delays. Lights are also off on Bosmansdam Road at the N7, so out of Bortasak and Edgemead, heavy backlogs that side of town as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Sure, Zai, this is distressing. Just as the country is starting to really rally behind Bafana Bafana, Bafana Bafana are saying to Safa, show us the money. Safa says, we can't.
There's no mullah in the cooler. I don't know. I mean, I feel money is such a big motivation.
Yeah.
At any level, not just in sport. So I don't understand how our biggest opponent isn't on the pitch. It's SAFA's bank account.
Administratively.
Yeah. So let's hear now from the SAFA CEO, and that's Lydia Manyapau, admitting they still owe Bafana Bafana players and staff their match fees. They hope to settle this before the end of this year. Bafana players have not been paid for their recent 2025 Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers, and that was between September and last month. Now, SABC Sport understands the players have only been paid the match fees for their first game against Uganda at Orlando Stadium, and they are owed in the region of 6.2 million rand. Manyapau says cash flow challenges have affected the delayed payments.
Look, the players have done what is required of them, and I have to congratulate them for qualifying us for the AFCON and not complaining throughout in terms of outstanding payments that we owe them, and coming, like you're saying, they did us proud in AFCON, but at the end of the day, as I indicated, is for us as an association, is cash in and cash out. It depends how much money we've got in the bank in order to service the outstanding payments. And like I'm saying, it's not only the bonuses that are outstanding. There's other things that we need to take care of. We've got monthly obligations to your SARS, to your staff, to everybody else that we need to take care of. If we don't have sufficient money in the bank, then we have to deal with what we can at that time.
That's the SAFA CEO Lydia Manyapau on the morning brief. Now, Sekhukhune United's coach Leshlonolo Siema has argued their failure to convert chances. It was a big part why they were beaten 3-0 by Mamelodi Sundowns in the Betway Premiership at the weekend. A notable absentee for Sekhukhune was midfielder Sipho Mbule, who could not face his parent club as per the loan agreement. Siema refused to use this as an excuse.
I don't think so. The agreement is an agreement. We knew that it was going to happen when we play them. So we prepared another player. So no,
I think the guys that came, he played very well also. He tried, and Munari came in. So we knew it's nothing that we can complain about or cry about. We knew what we signed for, and the guys that were there, they did well. And let's see the next games going forward.
Meanwhile, Orlando Pirates suffered their first loss of the season, falling 1-0 to Stellenbosch FC in Soweto. A Devon Titus strike set up by Ashley Cupido, stunning the Buccaneers. Polokwane City fought back to hold TS Galaxy to a 1-1 draw at the old Peter Mokaba Stadium. And Golden Arrows, they had a 5-goal stunner, another one, beating Cape Town City 3-2 at Mpumalanga Stadium. Elsewhere, Liverpool took the opportunity to open up an incredible 11-point gap on the reigning Premier League champions Manchester City with a 2-0 victory at Anfield, while Chelsea climbing to third, dispatching Aston Villa 3-0 with standout performances from Nicholas Jackson, Enzo Fernandez and Cole Palmer. Elsewhere, Tottenham's top four hopes took a hit with a 1-1 draw against Fulham. Meanwhile, the Blitzboks, they went down to France to end a disappointing weekend in the desert for South Africa in the final day of the Dubai Sevens. Tries from Donovan Don and David Brits powered the South Africans to a 10-0 half-time lead, but there was a fight back from the French, who secured a 15-17 victory. And finally, motorsport, Red Bull's Max Verstappen won the Qatar Grand Prix as McLaren and Ferrari took their Formula One constructors title duel to the last race, and that will be next weekend in Abu Dhabi. Ferrari's Charles Leclerc finished runners-up behind the Dutch driver Verstappen, with McLaren's Oscar Piastri in third. Let's hear from Charles Leclerc.
We expected McLaren to be very strong in terms of race pace. We maybe did not expect Max to be that strong, but he was super strong today. However, finishing second after such a weekend where the track characteristics is very far off from the optimal of the track characteristics we need for our car is a surprise. We got a little bit lucky, obviously on my side, a bit unlucky with Carlos and his puncture, but as a team it's been a positive weekend.
More sport, top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Let's say good morning once again to Ndauling Lechela. Ndauling, the Trump tariff threat just got real for BRICS.
Morning, Thulas. And you did mention before that Trump has said that his favorite word in the dictionary is tariffs. And in somewhat of a surprise move, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump has threatened to impose 100% tariffs on 9 nations, including major world powers China and Russia, if they create a rival currency to the U.S. dollar. The nations part of the BRICS alliance also include Brazil, India, South Africa, and recently added Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the UAE. Trump's threat is aimed at maintaining the US dollar's dominance in global trade. His message on social media stated that the US requires a commitment from these countries that they will neither create a new BRICS currency nor back any other currency to replace the dollar. Failure to comply would result in 100% tariffs and a loss of access to the US economy. Now, Trump's comments come as SA officially took over the G20 presidency from Brazil yesterday, and President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to formally launch it this week. So it'll be interesting to see if President Ramaphosa has any comments on this as well.
Yeah, it will be interesting to hear from the president about that. Tell me about the warning from the South African Reserve Bank. It has to do with the far-reaching consequences of the deteriorating infrastructure in our country.
That's right. So the SARB has sounded the alarm on the country's crumbling infrastructure, warning that it poses a threat to the financial system. The Reserve Bank's biannual financial stability review highlights the dire state of critical infrastructure, including water systems and transport networks, which are essential for the functioning of the financial system. Now, the report notes that while electricity availability is slowly returning to normal, other infrastructure is continuing to deteriorate. The country's water crisis in particular is a major concern, with decades of underinvestment and poor maintenance taking its toll. The nation's water boards are owed 23.4 billion rand in debt, making it difficult for authorities to maintain aging water infrastructure. The failure of infrastructure will have far-reaching consequences, affecting municipalities' ability to generate revenue and repay loans to lenders in the financial sector. This in turn could threaten the financial viability of municipalities and place further strain on the government's finances. In a positive development, the GNU has made repairing critical infrastructure a priority. The Reserve Bank notes that this has improved the outlook for financial stability, along with the suspension of power cuts, evidence of fiscal consolidation, and an improved sovereign credit rating outlook.
Yeah, making it a priority is one thing. Follow through, delivering on that priority is quite another. Please give us another recap of the markets here at home and elsewhere in the world.
Asian markets are riding a wave of optimism, catching a tailwind from Wall Street's record-setting day on Friday and boosted further by emerging signs that China's economic funk may be easing. With that, the Shanghai index is up over 1% and the Japanese Nikkei gaining 0.5%. Meanwhile, in Wall Street, futures are in the red, reversing last week's gains. This comes as traders await the jobs print being released later this week. And then back at home, sentiment quite sour, with the all share in negative territory, down over 0.3% in Friday's close. And then over in the currency markets, trading there really weak following gains from the dollar. The rand is currently sitting at 18.17 to the greenback from about 18.15 an hour ago.
All right, thank you for that. That's Ntauleng Lechela. Catch one more of her updates just after 8:30 here on the show and ahead of the resumption of trade on the JSE.
Africa Update on SAFM.
Let's say good morning to Advocate Sipho Mantula. Good morning to you, Raz. So, the election in Namibia, Sipho, I don't even know what to say anymore. I mean, I saw that the voting over an election that started on Wednesday continued even on Saturday, and even then it was still too slow. So the opposition there is not impressed at all.
That is quite true, Tula. Jumbo Africa and a refreshing morning, Tula. It's a very important month in the continent as well as in South Africa, Tula. I thought, yes, we are looking at elections, but we are entering reconciliation month, the Mandela weekend, so week. Important, Tula, when you look, the independent Patriots for Change want to take the matter to court, raising the issues as an agent application now in terms of the conduct of the elections from Wednesday until Saturday. But when I look at the big board tools, I see SWAPO is sweeping actually from presidential numbers. They are leading with 329,000 votes, meaning they are 57% so far. The independent candidate, Itula, is sitting with 25%, meaning 149,000 of the votes, and the other opposition, Swartboy, is sitting with 36%. When you look at the National Assembly, SWAPO is still sweeping Tulas with 54%. And as you say, they are counting slow. It's like the numbers are trickling slow. It's like what I used to say with the Kenyans, that the fastest runners, but when it comes to counting, they are very slow.
Sure, yeah. No, it's distressing to just watch even from a distance. Tell me about Ghana Decides 2024, another election, another big election on the continent that we are watching.
This is on Saturday, on the 7th of this month. Ghana will go to the elections. We are looking at Nana Akufo coming out of office now. The one who they are now looking at, Mahamudu, is the one who's contesting. John Mahama coming back again to us for the second term. And when the analysts are looking there, they are saying they are looking at a contestation between John Mahama and the NNP candidate, Mahamudu Bahumiwa. This is the candidates who will be looking this week as well when Ghana decide. I saw the daughter of Nkrumah Thulas is now contesting as an independent candidate in one of the regions. Samia Nkrumah is no longer part of the founding movement of his father. He's going as an independent candidate.
And in Dakar in Senegal, tell me about the quest for answers and an investigation of an 80-year-old massacre.
That was yesterday, Tulas, the 1st of December 1944, that yesterday when the president of Senegal was commemorating this with the foreign affairs minister of France, they looked at the 80th anniversary of the colonial era massacre of African soldiers who fought for France during World War II. Now they are seeking those answers. The president of France has said that they are going to have an investigation on this. Faye is saying that we need those files, even if it is so long. It can be 8 years later, but we need to get into the bottom of the truth. Others are saying it's a reconciliation with their history.
And the Nigerian president is visiting South Africa. Tell me about the binational commission between the two countries. I imagine they'll have a lot to talk about.
Absolutely, Thulas, and we have taken over now the G20 chairpersonship, but this is a 30 years of diplomatic relations. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Jagaban, is in Cape Town, Thulas, visiting now as part of the Binational Commission. It has been elevated since 2016 to a presidential level. We have 34 agreements to us with Abuja, and this ranges from economy, science, tourism, and among others, scientific. And I think the issue of energy sector to us is very important when you look at power, and also the issue of peacekeeping missions in the African continent. I think those are the key areas that they have to look. Relations also of their own citizens who are in South Africa. How do you deal with it? But this binational commission will conclude with the roundtable of the businesses. As you know, to us, when you have the binationals, they will also go into economic issues.
Absolutely, to try and get deals done and concluded. Now, your historical archives, Sipho, is very interesting today. I often hear this being said of the man who is the focus of your archives today, that no one can ever convince South Africans that was not Shaka Zulu.
That is quite true. And we are talking of Mbongeni Henry Cele, who actually was born 1941 on 20th of June, but passed on this day 17 years ago to us on the 2nd of December 2007. Zain should understand you, he was a soccer player also. He was she was a goalkeeper and played soccer until 1978. Until, as you said, 1981, he was auditioned for the role to be a warrior king of King Shaka, Kasenza, Kakuana Tulas. And that's how we saw his role, and he was buried through the eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. Asante Sana Tulas, as was leading the conversation, SFM, observing the Reconciliation Month.
Thank you for that. That's Sipho Mantula there with your Africa Update, a sampling and a flavor of some of the stories that dominate the news agenda on the African continent and the diaspora.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Just an update on Zachariah Park. Golden Highway now closed both ways, so there is a bit of disruption as you have to sort of route around onto alternative routes. If you're just sort of south of Lenasia in that Zachariah Park, wondering what's going on, it is protesting the Golden Highway closed both ways. Further north, the crash on the M1 North at Diepkloof, so moving up from Eldos through Devlin's pretty heavily back. Stationary vehicle at Galuli is causing all sorts of problems on the southbound track from Alex down through Edenvale. Very heavy delays this morning. Also, the M12 and R24 routes coming in from the east side into Galudi, so heavy. The N1 clear at Pretoria, but heavy from John Foster down to New Road as we start a brand new week and a brand new month as well. Roger Dyerson moving out of Pretoria industrial side down towards the R101. That remains heavily jammed up as well. Durban, a taxi strike biting. We've seen taxis come out of Durban in a go slow protest. There's a lot of disruption this morning between Sherwood and Pavilion Mall because of this. A large number of taxis again blockading the highway route. They're currently around Pavilion Mall. Major disruption there. Will have an impact as well on the N2 highway as you want to come off and join the N3 either to Durban or out towards Pinetown. And of course, with the taxis striking and blockading roads, it means little in the way of taxis availability for commuters this morning. Staying in Durban, a crash on the M4. It's southbound around Glen Ashley, both ways, backing up between Blue Lagoon and the Mshlanga as a result of that. Cape Town, Jake Scoville Drive, which was all closed and restricted Friday, Saturday and Sunday, has been reopened this morning, so well done to the City of Cape Town getting that problem sorted out. Jake Scoville Drive is flowing. There is a left lane closure at the Bonteheuwel Bridge, but no major impact. Bosmansdam at the N7, lights out there, heavy out of Boertesak and Edgemead this morning, and a crash much earlier involving a truck on Marine Drive at Loxton Road, causing absolute gridlock coming out of Tableview and Sunningdale and Bloberg areas, Parklands as well. If you're going the other way, it's quite a backlog this morning. Bloberg Road onto Coburg Road, and then Coburg Road down to Macro with no traffic lights. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Got a project deadline looming? Bucle's here to help you stay on track and on budget. We've got all the building essentials you need, from the ground up to the final coat of paint. You can choose from a wide selection of plumbing, electrical, and even garden essentials. Everything you need to add the perfect finishing touch to your project. Buco is your partner in building excellence. Visit our new Buco store in Stratham Park, corner Frida and CR Soar Drive. For every step and every build, begin with Buco.
Buco. Whatever your need for a personal loan, choose a bank that's best for your loans. Nedbank offers loans of up to 400,000 Rand at the best possible interest rate. And there's more. Open a My Goals Plus or My Goals Premium account and you could enjoy 200 Rand cashback every month for the duration of your loan term. That's up to 14,400 Rand cashback. Visit nedbank.co.za to apply for your tailored personal loan. See money differently. Nedbank. We are a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Adventure awaits on Tropical Island of Treasure Zanzibar, South Africa's SAFTA award-winning reality show, Saturday evenings at 7:30 on S3. Follow the journey of 7 celebs as they team up with 7 loyal fans and influencers to compete in a series of grueling physical and mental challenges. The beach is hot, but the treasure is even hotter, with more than R1 million in prizes up for grabs. Tropical Island of Treasure Zanzibar, Saturday evenings at 7:30. Repeat Fridays at 6 and Monday at 2 p.m. Only on S3.
The only talk radio morning breakfast show that makes sense. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
8 minutes to 8. The November 2024 Household Affordability Index, which was released last Wednesday, shows a steady increase in the price of essential groceries. The index was released by the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group. The group says data from November indicates that while the household food basket is subdued due mostly to lower vegetable prices, the basket on average continues to increase. Let's speak to Mervyn Abrahams, who is the program coordinator of the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group. Good morning to you and thank you for your time this morning. So what's our understanding of why we are not seeing lower food prices despite inflation trending lower and lower over the last a few months? Mr. Abrahams, can you hear me? All right, we seem to be battling with Mervyn Abrahams there. We'll see if we can get him back to just get a sense of what they are finding in as far as the household affordability index is concerned, where they are telling us that, yes, we can. I think we can now. Let's try that again. Mr. Abrahams, good morning. So how come we're not seeing lower food prices as per, your index when overall inflation is trending downward? Mr. Abrams? No, we seem to be battling with that line. We'll see what we can do to try and bring him back to weigh in on that issue, especially the affordability ahead of the festive season. There'll be lots of grocery shopping. They are telling us about some of the items in their basket. As you know, the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group has a basket of goods that they sort of track every month to see whether the prices of groceries are trending downward or upward, whether they are following the trend as far as inflation is concerned. But as I say, we are battling with that line to Mervyn Abrahams.
Call Thulasizwe now, 086 000 2032.
All right, let's try maybe a third time lucky. Mervyn Abrahams, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, good morning to us and good morning to all your viewers. And sorry that I'm in Rustenburg and there's a little bit of problems with connectivity.
We fully understand. So tell us why it is that we are not seeing lower food prices despite inflation trending downward over the last few months.
So tell us, when we look at the year-to-year increase on the basket, then we see the kind of trending down or the subdued level or the cooling of inflation. Because year on year, our basket stands at 0.9%, and that was from a high of about 6% about 6 months ago. So we have seen declining prices. However, there are still increases, but the increases, of course, are much lower. This month, the increase in our basket was 12 Rand and 39 cents. The problem that consumers are not experiencing these prices as really coming down is because of affordability. You know, it is not only the prices of food that impacts households, it is of course also the other expenses they have, and of course the amount of money they get in. So Thulas, if I can just do an example and show, for instance, that if somebody earned a national minimum wage this month, that would have brought in approximately somewhere around 4,600 Rand. If they had spent 350 kilowatts of electricity, then that would have cost them 1,042 Rand. And transport in the Maritzburg area for going to work and coming back cost about 1,680. So then you have left over something like about 1,910 Rand. And then you have to purchase food from that. And that is where the problem really is sticking, is that households do not have sufficient income to deal with all the household expenses. And that's why households are not feeling as if this inflation is cooling.
But in terms of the food items within your basket, which ones are driving the upward trend, albeit lower than what it was a year ago?
So we're seeing those in really important foods. So, for instance, the 30 kgs of maize meal has increased month on month by something like 8 Rand. We see milk has increased by about almost 2 Rand for 6 liters. Onions have increased by about almost 3 Rand for 10 kgs. Sugar has increased by 3 Rand and 91 cents for 10 kgs. All chicken products have increased. So that's frozen chicken, chicken feet, chicken livers. We've seen increases in the price of meat, beef, almost right across the board except for horse. And then peanut butter and bologna, which of course are used for children. So these are important foods that are increasing month on month.
Yeah. What's your assessment then of what the implications of those increases are going into the festive season?
So historically, our data shows that going into the festive season, we see increases in the cost of most foods. Whether that is done particularly by the retail sector to claim back any losses they've had in the year, but we do see increases, and so we expect that next month it's likely to increase a bit more. But the President's announcement around VAT could also help Thulas. Because when you look at the cost of VAT on our basket this month, VAT alone on the 22 foods cost 326 Rand. So if there was no VAT, then that would have been a savings of 326 Rand to households, which could really help a lot.
To what extent are you able to project further into the horizon, I suppose looking at the various food value chains and what's happening within those value chains and that conversation around VAT and taxation? Are you able to project what kind of, in the next quarter, next 2 quarters or so, what are we looking at in terms of food prices?
So our projections are, and we hope we're correct because we're not always correct, is that the rate of inflation will hover between 0.9 and perhaps 1.5%. So the rate of inflation will be lower than it has been in previous years, and we would have to see really what happens to 2 things. That is the summer vegetable crop, because that vegetable prices are bringing foods down. What happens when we go into winter with vegetables? And the second issue is electricity. What happens with electricity increases? Because that can throw the whole thing out, and we could be back to a 5% increase inflation again.
All right, I've got to thank you for your time and your insights this morning. That's Mervyn Abrahams, who is the program coordinator of the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, talking about food prices there from their Household Affordability Index, which has now come out. And that brings us to 8 a.m., time for a news update with N. Musa. Essential Cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now.
In our top stories, 5 men shot dead in Mfuleni and ANC National Working Committee to hold their much-anticipated meeting. Good morning. We start with news just in. 5 suspected ATM bombers have been killed in a shootout with police in Witbank, Mpumalanga. Police say the incident happened in the early hours of this morning. They say another suspect has been wounded and arrested. We'll have details in our next bulletin. Police have launched a manhunt for suspects in an incident in which 5 men were shot dead in Mfuleni on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson Novella Potelo says officers were called to the Madikizela informal settlement yesterday afternoon, where they found the bodies of men aged between 19 and 30 in a shack. Potelo says the motive for the killing is unknown. The ANC National Working Committee and the party's KwaZulu-Natal leadership will this morning hold their much-anticipated meeting in Boksburg, Eastern Johannesburg. The meeting comes in the wake of the party's significant loss in the province during the May 29th polls. Ntebu Mukobo has more.
The ANC and WC is meeting today to address organizational issues arising from its recent provincial visit in KwaZulu-Natal. Some senior party members suggested that the KZN provincial leadership needed to be overhauled to counter the influence of the Jacob Zuma-led MK party, but the KZN provincial secretary Bekim Tolo is not happy.
In National Executive Committee, Elito Babu Ramaphosa, Nobabu Mbalula lost the country of 40%. They must take that responsibility. Today we are taking our own responsibility of losing the province to 17%.
Already the NWC had indicated that it will propose changes to the province's leadership, with recommendations set to be presented to the NEC when it meets in mid-December.
Deputy President Paul Mashatile and the Health Minister Dr. Aaron Mutsuledi says lobby group treatment action campaigns demand for the provision of 6 months of antiretrovirals to patients is reasonable. The lobby group and people living with HIV staged a picket outside the Sisadukashe Stadium in Mdantsane in the Eastern Cape yesterday. Mashatile is also chairperson of the council, and Mutsuledi attended the World AIDS Day national event at the stadium. Mutsuledi says they will devise a plan to implement the lobby group's demand.
I can see the issue of 6 months is very, very popular to everybody here. And from what I can see, it has got very big advantages to what we want to achieve. So I don't think it's something that we need to argue about. All that we need to do in the department is to look at what plan do we do.
A fire on the Paarl Mountain in the Boerland has been contained. Cape Wineland spokesperson Joanne Otter says the fire has destroyed about 120 hectares of vegetation. Otter says their team will remain in the area to monitor any flare-ups.
The crews continued with operations during the night and reported that there were still very many areas where hot coals remained. Fire vehicles and crew from the Cape Winelands, Paarl and Stellenbosch stations will stay on the scene today, assisted by fresh ground crews from NCC, who will all continue with monitoring and mopping up activities. No injuries or property damage were reported.
Recapping the top story with news just in, 5 suspected ATM bombers have been killed in a shootout with police in Witbank, Mpumalanga. Police say the incident happened in the early hours of this morning. For SFM News, I am Anne Musa.
That's the news for this hour. Essential cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now. It's finally December and time to unwind. With Outsurance Essential, you can really relax with peace of mind, knowing that your older car is properly insured. Accident claims are paid in cash, so you can choose the panel beater you want to use. Add motor warranty, which covers you for mechanical or electrical breakdowns. Get saving with Outsurance Essential for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS CAR to 43187. That's CAR to 43187. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A very good morning to you. In your SFM sports headlines, we look at the Blitzbokke. They apparently have work to do ahead of the Cape Town tournament, and they'll be looking forward to looking ahead after their 6th place finish in Dubai. And we also have news from Teboho Letsile. Well, he's won top honors at the World Athlete of the Year Award ceremony. Details around 8:30.
The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane. Weekdays, Monday to Friday, 6 to 9 a.m.
Hey, good morning, South Africa. We are into the 3rd hour of the Monday edition of the Morning Brief. It's good to be in your company this morning. Quite a bit of conversational ground we have covered in the last 2 hours on the show. And among the key talking points we've had in the last 2 hours has been the threat by the president-elect in the United States, Donald Trump, basically talking about BRICS countries, which obviously includes us as South Africa, the S there being for South Africa. And he took to his Truth Social page saying that the idea that the BRICS countries are trying to move away from the dollar while we stand by and watch is over. We require a commitment from these countries that they will neither create a new BRICS currency nor back any other currency to replace the mighty US dollar, or they will face 100% tariffs and should expect to say goodbye to selling into the wonderful U.S. economy. So that's one story that has been that we've been talking about quite a bit on the show. We've also been talking about the trends emerging from the spread of HIV and AIDS, and the continued presence of HIV and AIDS in our society, particularly the rate at which young girls are being infected. And from the data, it's becoming apparent that a lot of that emanates from infection by older men, the sexual abuse of younger girls being one of the factors that are at play in as far as that trend is concerned. So that's one of the stories that we've covered. We've also talked a bit about the extent to which there's vaping by young people. Pupils at schools, we're told, many of them vape anywhere and anytime. And a key issue, according to my guest, Richard van Zyl-Smit, a key issue has been the availability of vapes, easy availability. So those are just 3 of the conversations that we have started, but feel free to add to this list. Give me a call. The number to dial is 086 000 2032. I'll also take your WhatsApp voice notes. Please send those to 061 410 4107. This is SAFM. We are leading the conversations that move us. The 3rd hour of the Monday edition of the Morning Brief starts now.
If you haven't already heard, FlySafair is giving away a whopping 1 million rand in flight vouchers. That's right, 10 lucky winners will fly away with 100,000 rand each in vouchers, guaranteeing that their adventures come alive in 2025. And with 150 daily flights to all main SA destinations and beyond, you'll be spoiled for choice. Enter at flysafair.co.za. This could be your 1 in a million opportunity. FlySafair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
Adventure awaits on Tropical Island of Treasure Zanzibar, South Africa's SAFTA award-winning reality show, Saturday evenings at 7:30 on S3. Follow the journey of 7 celebs as they team up with 7 loyal fans and influencers to compete in a series of grueling physical and mental challenges. The beach is hot, but the treasure is even hotter, with more than R1 million in prizes up for grabs. Tropical Island of Treasure Zanzibar, Saturday evenings at 7:30. Repeat Fridays at 6 and Monday at 2 p.m. Only on S3.
This festive season, you may not get the gift you were hoping for. It may be another pair of socks. Don't despair. Outsurance has a gift you'll definitely love. Get a quote, and if Outsurance can't beat your car insurance premium, ask them for 500 Rand cash. And make that 1,500 Rand cash if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. SMS OUT to 30754. That's OUT to 30754. Without insurance, you always get something out. A licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Big stories of the day. Hashtag the morning brief.
All right, let's take a quick call from Lisiba in Tabazimbi. Good morning to you, Lisiba. So you had this by-election taking place over the weekend. How did that go?
Yes, good morning to yourself, Thulasizwe, and good morning to SSM listeners. You see, I've been here in Tabazimbi for a couple of weeks now, just observing the situation, and I know that the Tabazimbi, what was looking like before. I just want to say to the residents of Tabazimbi that they must use this opportunity, because these things of coalition government in Tabazimbi did not work. They voted for AC within weeks, DA. But when you look before the DA took over the municipality Tabazimbi, the service delivery was stable, they were able to account. But the situation now is appalling. The sewage spillage everywhere, no water running, no new houses are being built. The roads is filled with potholes everywhere. And it's a very small municipality that should be very easy to run.
Yeah.
But I'm saying they must use this opportunity to go back to the party that they were having, the African National Congress, before this coalition. It's not working for the people of Tabazimbi, I can tell you too.
Yeah. So this idea of coalitions, you're saying Tabazimbi has tried it, it has not worked, it's time to be decisive. Vote for a party either way.
Yeah, so this time they must make sure, because it will be very difficult for them as a resident to test the party that has never voted before. But taking my experience of Tabazimbi, because I've been visiting municipalities for quite a number of occasions, before the situation was not 100% correct, but compared to what they are finding themselves in, they rather go back to African National Congress.
Right.
And the provincial government here in Limpopo must assist the municipality that will be newly established. And of course, with the commitment from the president yesterday, they must focus in Tabazimbi as a key priority municipalities in the province, because it's totally collapsed municipality. We need the ANC that will be supported by the ANC provincial government and the national government from time to time, monitor the situation there as far as service delivery is concerned.
All right, gotcha. That's Lisiba in Tabazimbi there. Thank you for your call this morning. Let's take a listen to this voice note. It has to do with child laws. A number of the issues and themes we've raised this morning have implications for laws around how children are treated in our society. Let's listen.
Good morning, Thulas and SAFM listeners. For me, Thulas, whatever, whether it's a bill, whether it's a law that it's signed, as long as it's going to benefit the children, we need to uplift the children of this country, especially if it comes to education, without looking at what race they are, black, white, Indian, colored. As long as it's going to benefit the children, I am happy. Thanks, it's Lucy in Gauteng.
Thank you for that, Lucy. And I think you are alluding to that the toing and froing between the coalition partners in the Government of National Unity around the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act, the Bella Act. The last few days we saw that resurfacing once again as the deadline looms. You'll remember that the President had given 3 months for the parties that are unhappy to table what their unhappiness really is about, Section 4 and Section 5 of the Bella Act, or else the law as he signed it on the 13th of September would kick in after the 3 months. We are slowly inching towards the end of that, and you are seeing the voices amplifying. You will have seen the agreement that we are told was reached by Solidarity and the Minister of Basic Education, Siviwe Gwagube, under the auspices of NEDLEC, which against which you saw then the pushback from the presidency that says this agreement that is in place there does not and cannot replace the processes that are being undertaken by the Government of National Unity partners to try and find a solution and some kind of common ground around the issue of the Bella Act. Let me take a call from Lerotodi, who is in Al Road. Good morning to you, Lerotodi. You want to talk to me about the elections in Namibia? Lerotodi, good morning.
Yes, Thulas. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was there in Namibia. I was not impressed how election has been run there, especially where Itula is famous there by Usakos and Arandis there from Karibibi side. So there people they were queuing, and then the ballot papers were finished. Now the people they ask, what is the solution now? They've been told, no, there's no plan B. The results will be counted on those who managed to vote.
Yeah.
Which is so it's really unfair to the opposition parties. So now here I went to Vindhoek, there by Katutura, where it was a police station there by Katutura Primary Hospital. There, what was embarrassed me, the people who registered there to vote, there were 600 on that primary police station. Now, when they announced in Swapo have won by 800 voters. Where did they get it?
Hectic.
This is Monangawa's philosophy. So we'll never go anywhere.
Whose philosophy?
Monangawa's philosophy, by election regime. Because I told them when it was a special election for the police and soldiers, so don't allow this man to be involved on the election. You see now what's happening. It's rigging now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
right.
now, lastly, no, I don't support that woman for Swapo because she's 72 years old. She's a pensioner. She don't have to be in government anymore. So that's why he's
All right, thank you for that, Lerotodin Alroad, talking about the elections in Namibia. And I think the weaknesses have actually even been acknowledged by the Electoral Commission in Namibia themselves, right? The whole issue around the tablets that were being used overheating, and then people, and the number of polling stations. I was reading, when you read about what has been transpiring, and you're saying, how is it possible that you don't have a polling station in every ward or in at least every constituency. So therefore, you saw those lines, with the result that even on Saturday, for an election that took place on Wednesday, even on Saturday, there was a fair amount of voting. And guess what? Even then, there were still queues, certainly in Windhoek. Thank you for those. We'll continue to take your calls. Give us a call. The number to dial 086 000 2032. Also your WhatsApp voice notes to 061 410 4107.
If you haven't already heard, FlySafair is giving away a whopping 1 million rand in flight vouchers. That's right, 10 lucky winners will fly away with 100,000 rand each in vouchers, guaranteeing that their adventures come alive in 2025. And with 150 daily flights to all main SA destinations and beyond, you'll be spoiled for choice. Enter at flysafair.co.za. This could be your 1 in a million opportunity. FlySafair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
It's finally December and time to unwind. With Outsurance Essential, you can really relax with peace of mind knowing that your older car is properly insured. Accident claims are paid in cash, so you can choose the panel beater you want to use. Add motor warranty, which covers you for mechanical or electrical breakdowns. Get saving with Outsurance Essential for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS CAR to 43187. That's CAR to 43187. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
You are listening to the Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
At 19 minutes after 8, let's tell you this now. Tomorrow marks International Day for Persons with Disabilities. In light of this, Dr. Armand Baum, who's head of social impact at Stellenbosch Business School, has called for a renewed focus on invisible disabilities and chronic illnesses in the workplace. Baum says these unseen conditions create significant barriers for individuals striving to succeed professionally while concealing their struggles. Dr. Armand Baum, who is head of social impact at Stellenbosch Business School, joins me now to take that conversation forward. Thank you for your time. So, a day like this gives us the opportunity to focus on disabilities, and especially disabilities in the workplace. Tell me why we need to center the conversation around invisible disabilities as well as chronic illnesses in the workplace.
Good morning, Thulasizwe, and thank you for having me. I think before we talk about those particular disabilities, it's important to note that any of us at any stage of our lives may enter into this population. And so I think there's an opportunity that calls us to reflect not only tomorrow but throughout the year about the impact that disability could have on our own lives. Why more specifically am I calling on this focus on chronic illnesses and invisible disabilities? We see that there is a growing number of people who are falling into this category. And I think it's very important for business leaders, for managers in the workplace, to familiarize themselves and become more knowledgeable in order to ensure that we can have all of our citizens remain economically active rather than seek this opportunity to have people leave the workplace.
So when we talk about invisible disabilities, what are we talking about?
Well, there are various chronic illnesses. For me particularly, I've recently focused on systemic lupus, which is an autoimmune disease which affects over 3.4 million people worldwide, and 90% of women really accounting for the cases here. So I'm particularly interested in how it is that people who have lupus still feel included and are included in the workplace. And so also another important factor is people of African descent tend to have lupus more than others.
And you're saying you're juxtaposing the attention and sensitivity within the corporate spaces between visible disabilities and those that are invisible. You're saying the invisible disabilities are disregarded?
Yes, most definitely. And what we tend to see is in that situation, as they are disregarded, people tend to want to conceal them more. And more obvious or more commonly known illnesses that are on the rise. If we look at type 2 diabetes, I've also done some work around that, where it is that people are reluctant to disclose that they have diabetes and particular needs to manage their diabetes within the workplace. And so rather than ask their employers to make accommodations, they will suffer through the day at greater risk to their health.
There's an interesting dynamic that you talked to, Dr. Bam, that I found quite interesting. The intersection between racism and sexism manifesting subtly in some of the corporate spaces and compounded by this issue of invisible disabilities as well as chronic illnesses. Expand that point a bit more for me.
Yeah, so when we look at the most disenfranchised person in South Africa, it would have to be a black African woman with a disability. And typically what we see is at that intersection, race becomes an issue and people are judged on the color of their skin. And to compound that, add in a disability. And the stereotypes then come together neatly, and unfortunately for people, it impacts on how it is that they are perceived and what their actual abilities are goes out of the door.
And then tell me about the shift that's necessary for workplaces to evolve and be more inclusive.
Yeah, I think we need to move away from this notion of making specific accommodations for specific people and move towards developing a culture where we embed these accommodations and make it part of our norms. And I think a lot of this starts with the training of leadership. We've got to make sure that the leaders in our business understand these invisible disabilities. There's a growing number of neurodivergent people entering into the workplace, mental health conditions, and these all have real and impactful, even if they're unseen, they have impactful consequences on your business. So we've got to move towards creating environments where we empower our citizens, to disclose their illnesses or disabilities. We've got to work with empathy at all of our organizational levels. So things like flexible work arrangements, tailoring accommodations, really developing these supportive practices will lead one to believe that there is a valuing of diversity and speak to the larger and the more broader issue of making it feel as if people are included and they belong in their workplace.
And tell me about the, because part of it has got to do with management theory, right? Part of what you are writing about. Mm-hmm. Tell me about the approach that focuses on sympathy versus one that focuses on empathy.
Yes, I think managers must critically examine their own roles in really perpetuating these oppressive structures. And so when we look at Freeman's stakeholder theory, he suggests that we need to look at all of those people internally within our organizations who impact it. And we've got to take into consideration all of their needs throughout our decision-making processes. And I think this is where it is that I suggest an interesting lens to address these issues is if it is that we are concerned with all stakeholders, people with disabilities have to be at the forefront of our decision-making when it is that we consider our labor conditions, our employment equity, all of those issues. We have to have people with disabilities at the forefront.
So we've been talking about accommodation and inclusion as far as it relates to disabilities, both visible and invisible. And I realized that we didn't touch on chronic illnesses. What would that look like in the workplace environment?
Well, I think one of the cases that I looked at, a participant spent 309 days in ICU. Now that in itself is rather traumatic for the individual. And then for an employer to be considerate enough to understand that 25 medical days is not going to be sufficient. And I think in the case of lupus, when we look at something like lupus, people feel that they have more to contribute than only their physical presence. So being able to harness that intellectual property, I think, is critical, is to look at what it is the person is able to contribute. So flexible working arrangements, I think, is top of mind. Contributions to medical aid, because chronic conditions are rather costly. Medicine for, in the case of lupus, I mean, it ranges somewhere between the range of 40 to 80,000 rand for one tablet. Now, if you're using the public healthcare system, you also run the risk of these public hospitals not having the medication available because of their supply chain issues. In one of my cases, it was particularly telling. The patient arrives to collect the medication, but the government hasn't paid its bill to the suppliers, and so the medication is not there. So we have this knock-on effect. So I think employers need to be rather considerate in terms of how it is that they view these chronic illnesses, the time off from work, not to say that that is something that should be abused. And I think in all of my cases, people suggest that that's not the case. We just want to be able to do our work, understand our conditions, and be able to contribute economically to this country.
All right, I've got to thank you for your time this morning. That's Dr. Armand Bam, who is Head of Social Impact at Stellenbosch Business School.
For 30 years, we've stood together, advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. But the fight is far from over. Your voice matters. Every action counts. From educating our communities to supporting survivors, it's time to unite and create a future free from fear. Join SAFM for 16 days of activism. Together we can make a difference. Together we can end the violence. Because 30 years of progress means we cannot stop now. Let's advance the fight. Stand up, speak out, take action. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The only talk radio morning breakfast show that makes sense. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
All right, I see quite a number of your contributions on some of the topics we've covered this morning coming through. We'll make time to take some of them. You can give us a call, the number to dial 086 000 2032, but also a WhatsApp voice note on 061 410 4107. But at this point, let's check in with N. Musa now with the latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks to us. In the headlines, police have recovered 2 rifles and 3 pistols in Emalahleni, Mpumalanga, following an incident in which 5 suspected ATM bombers were killed in a shootout with officers. Police have launched a manhunt for a gunman who shot and killed 5 men in Mfuleni on the Cape Flats. And the former Namibian First Lady Monica Geingob says leaders should not surround themselves with yes men and women. She spoke to SABC News in Windhoek on leadership and democracy in Africa. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
For our top story on the traffic desk, we take you down to Durban. This is an urgent alert to avoid the N3. There's a taxi blockade this morning. Well, a taxi strike, and it's become a blockade, as it usually does. The taxis came out of Durban on the N3 from Berea and are now all parked up, causing all sorts of problems around Spaghetti Junction and Pavilion Mall. So very heavy going out. You're stuck from Sherwood to Pavilion. Coming in from Pavilion through to Sherwood, you're stuck in this big trouble getting off the N2 southbound, particularly onto either the N3 inbound or N3 outbound. We have seen some of the taxi drivers stopping on the highway, just pulling down sort of road signage associated with the roadworks and throwing those big wooden logs that hold up those signs just across the highway and across the ram. So it's a little bit out of control. It's a bit of mayhem. You've got options, and I want to stress that. If you need to go pint out of Durban, you've got the M19, you've got the M13 through Westhill, and you've got the M7, and you can just route straight through to the M4 highway. So a lot of options. 3 big highways apart from the N3 linking Durban through to Pinetown. So get onto those until the police have got that situation sorted out. The M4 staying in Durban remains heavy from Umhlanga down towards Durban North. There was an earlier crash and traffic taking a while to recover. Joburg side, a pedestrian down on the M2 inbound near Benrose, so quite heavy coming through from Cleveland. The N3 remains heavily backed up from Alex through to Van Buren Road this morning. It's been a bit of a disaster, the N3 South. Normally it's northbound this time of morning. And then Cape Town, the truck crash at Marine Drive and Loxton Road's being cleared, just left big bottlenecks and delays coming out of Tableview this morning. And the N2 inbound queuing up again as you come through Khayelitsha. Also M3, Philip Kusana. If you're around Hospital Bend, avoid that route. There's a crash near Rowland Street backing you up into the Gardens and CBD. Rather go in on Nelson Mandela Boulevard section. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
So a bit of frustration, Zai, within the Blitzbox camp, but they're saying that we must hang on. A rebound is coming.
Wow. Argentina as well as Ireland in Pool C. So the Blitzbox better pack more than just sunscreen when they come back to Cape Town. Their coach Philip Simelane has admitted to being frustrated. The team finished 6th in Dubai, citing poor possession and defensive lapses as key issues. The South African Sevens team lost to New Zealand in the quarterfinals and then to France in the 5th place match. Here's Simelane.
Giving ball position away at crucial times, not respecting our ball, and we need to adjust, and we need to make sure we do that better. And if we want to be consistent, if we want to be competitive this season, we need to make sure we make better one-on-one tackles. Our defense not up to standard. We're working hard in the system and as individuals, but then we fall off tackles and we jersey grab. So not happy with the way we give away ball position.
And ahead of this weekend's Cape Town tournament, the Blitzboks have a challenging Pool C that features Argentina and Ireland, with only pool winners advancing to the semi-finals. The squad selection will be finalized this Thursday. Soccer action, the Stellenbosch FC head coach Steve Barker celebrated his 100th win with the club in style. They completed back-to-back wins at Orlando Stadium, ending Orlando Pirates' 7-game unbeaten streak in the Betway Premiership with a hard-fought 1-0 win after a tough week of travels. That's on the continent. Stellies were forced to dig deep and scored a first-half goal on the counter through Bafana's newly capped attacker Devon Titus just after the halfway mark. The win has taken Stellies to the top 3 on the log, 6 points behind Mamelodi Sundowns and Orlando Pirates, who are level on 21 points. Barker reserved some special praise for his players.
Obviously, we are a team that are really good on transition, and once again it showed with the ball into Ashley. A good pass in behind for Devon and a good finish. So, we got the goal that we obviously wanted. These Stellenbosch players just never cease to amaze me in terms of their courage, their bravery, their commitment, their desire, their work, their rate, their unity and togetherness. We've come up off extremely difficult week. Travelled Sunday, only arrived on Friday in Cape Town. Had to travel yesterday to play against a team that's won 7 in a row. So for us to come and get a result like we did today, just all the credit has to go to the players and the effort that they put in, and also my assistant coach Wesley Sergel, who's the tactician of sort of the team, and the way we set up the team I thought was superb. So well done to the players. A massive victory for us, back-to-back wins at Orlando Stadium. It's really special. I believe it's my 100th win as a coach of Stellenbosch, so to do it here in these circumstances is very special.
Stellenbosch FC head coach Steve Barker on the morning brief. Cricket news. Proteas men's fast bowler Jel Coetzee has been ruled out of the second test against Sri Lanka and the upcoming all-format tour against Pakistan due to a groin injury. The 24-year-old experienced discomfort while bowling on day 4 of the first test at the Hollywood Bets Kingsmead Stadium in Durban over the weekend. Now, the uncapped Lions fast bowler Kwena Mapaka has been added to the squad for the second test, which will get underway at St. George's Park in Gqeberha from the 5th to the 9th of December. And finally, athletics, Letsile Tebogo and Sifan Hassan won top honours at a glittering World Athlete of the Year award ceremony in Monaco. Voted by fans, 6 athletes were celebrated in 3 categories, track, field and out of stadium. And then the 2 overall winners were announced. Tebogo became Botswana's first Olympic champion, and that was at Paris 2024, breaking his own African record in the men's 200 metres with a time of 19.46 seconds. The 21-year-old was named Male World Athlete of the Year as well as Male Track Athlete of the Year. And Sifan Hassan collected the Female World Athlete of the Year award, winning her first global marathon title in the French capital less than 18 months after claiming the 2023 London Marathon at her first attempt. That's a wrap. More sport around 12:30 with John Hediker on SAFM. I'm Zai Khan.
The Business Update on SAFM.
Good morning to you once again, Dowling. So Quantum Foods, this is the feeds and poultry firm, is it? And you're telling us that they are weathering tough conditions.
That's right, Tula. So South Africa's largest egg producer and leading supplier of poultry products has been hit by a triple whammy. The group reported a challenging year marked by boardroom battles, a feed mill explosion, and the lasting impact of the outbreaks of the avian flu. The group's annual revenue declined by 8.9%, with its layer farming business recording a 10.4% drop in revenue to 168 million rand. The avian flu outbreaks resulted in a 90% cull of the parent flock, leading to a 37 million rand loss in bird value. The egg unit was also impacted, with revenue declining by 35%. The outbreaks caused significant disruptions to bird placement and depopulation cycles, leading to major losses for the group. In addition to that, Quantum Foods faced leadership challenges, including a shareholder vote in September that aimed to remove key board members. The group's share price fell by more than 50% in the 3 months to end September, reflecting investor concerns about the company's future. Now, despite these challenges, as mentioned, it was able to weather these tough trading conditions. Quantum Foods returned to profitability, reporting an operating profit of 232 million rands compared to an operating loss of 35 million rand in the previous year.
Sure, yeah, it just goes to show how tough that market can be, given the challenges that you were listing there in Dowling. And one thing you did not report on is your shopping on Friday, on Black Friday. Thank goodness we are hearing from the banks themselves how how it all went. ABSA says they recorded a surge in transactions.
You see, I wanted to give you the facts, not just my opinion, Tulas.
I see. Not anecdotal.
Yes, those numbers are steadily coming in. ABSA reporting a surge in transaction volumes. By 8 a.m. on Friday, the bank's transaction volumes had already surpassed those of Black Friday last year. The biggest single transaction reported by ABSA was 638,000 rands spent on an international holiday booking. South Africans, eh?
Wow. 688,000 rand. In 638 in one transaction.
One transaction.
How much do you have in your account?
Hey, I don't think we should go there.
Yeah. Wow.
So Timbi Alexandra, ABSA's executive for card issuing and rewards, attributed the strong consumer activity to, of course, favorable timing and improved market conditions. Other companies also reported significant transaction volumes on Black Friday. Payment gate firm Peach Payments recorded over 440,000 transactions through its platform, with the most payments activity seen in the Western Cape and Gauteng. A recent study predicted that South Africa's wholesale, retail, and fuel sectors would generate over 88 billion rand in additional value for the economy during November 2024, driven by surging consumer interest in Black Friday sales. The study also found that the total Black Friday direct retail gains would amount to around 22 billion rands, with most of these coming from consumers buying necessities rather than luxuries. Now, the wholesale sector and fuel sales are expected to be major beneficiaries of the Black Friday sales. E-commerce is also expected to get a boost from Black Friday sales, as well as today, as it is Cyber Monday. The online retail sector poised to make big gains. Last year it surged to 71 billion, representing a 29% increase from 2022. The sector is expected to break the 100 billion rand mark by 2026.
All right, Ndawling, on that note, what kind of a Monday can we look forward to in the markets?
So local markets are set to kick off the first week of trade for December on a good note following international peers. In terms of company news, we're seeing the last few firms releasing their earnings before the festive season. Alex Forbes and Nampak out with numbers today. Traders will be waking up to that. And in the currency scene, the rand on the back foot this morning as the dollar strengthens. It's sitting at 18.14 to the greenback. In Wall Street, futures are surprisingly in the red despite Friday's upbeat close. And then over in Asia, those stocks poised to end the day in positive territory. Sentiment really upbeat. They're following better than expected PMI data from China, suggesting that Beijing is showing signs of a steady recovery.
All right, thank you for that. That's Ndawling Lechela. She's been keeping you updated on business, the economy, as well as markets here at home and elsewhere in the world over the last 3 hours on the Morning Brief.
So why should I use We Buy Cars if I want to sell my vehicle?
Because We Buy Cars buys cars.
But will I get the right price?
Of course. We Buy Cars buys thousands of vehicles and knows exactly what every vehicle is worth. Their buyers deliver exceptional service and pay you immediately.
And how do I know what they'll pay for my vehicle?
It's easy. Visit webuycars.co.za or use the We Buy Cars app. Follow the simple steps and voila, you'll know your car's value in no time. We Buy Cars. Quick, easy, the best.
Adventure awaits on Tropical Island of Treasure Zanzibar, South Africa's SAFTA award-winning reality show, Saturday evenings at 7:30 on S3. Follow the journey of 7 celebs as they team up with 7 loyal fans and influencers to compete in a series of grueling physical and mental challenges. The beach is hot, but the treasure is even hotter, with more than R1 million in prizes up for grabs. Tropical Island of Treasure Zanzibar, Saturday evenings at 7:30. Repeat Fridays at 6 and Monday at 2 p.m. Only on S3.
Are you blowing your paycheck on car insurance every month? Monica, 39 from Three Rivers, pays just 1,515 Rand a month for her 2018 BMW 320i.
None of the insurance companies has come near to the price I'm paying. I am happy at Outsurance. I'm going nowhere.
SMS out to 30754 now for a quick quote that could save you hundreds every month. You'll also find out about included benefits like panic assistance and help it out 24-hour roadside assistance. Yusuf, 45, from Tegadal, pays just 700 Rand a month for his 2021 VW Polo.
I opted out, took the family up to go and see the snow, and I got stuck. The service was quick, even though it was in a very remote area. Absolutely phenomenal service from our insurance.
SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's, and limits apply. Premiums are risk profile dependent and reviewed annually. Client comments do not constitute financial advice.
Call Thulasizwe now. 086 000 2032.
All right, let's play one or two of your voice notes now. We've been telling you about the U.S. President-elect Donald Trump and his threat of imposing 100% tariffs on BRICS countries if they so much as dare to try and ditch the U.S. dollar for trade among them and opt for a new currency or one of their own currencies as the conversation has been going. Let's listen to what one of the listeners has to say about that.
Good morning, Thulasizwe. I think Trump's statement that BRICS leaders should not do anything that would sideline the dollar currency is quite based on false perceptions of supremacy of the US dollar and the US in its entirety. But in any case, it's dominant. So what I would suggest is that BRICS leaders should come out and go meet with the guy. Just confront him and try to resolve the situation amicably, which is what the Prime Minister of Canada has done and what Mark Zuckerberg, after being threatened of being jailed, has done. And so I'd rather not suggest anything otherwise than going and confronting the guy and trying to resolve the situation amicably, because if they don't do that, a lot of destruction will come about.
Yeah, no, that's an important point to make. And just also to point out that, I don't know, in terms of the conversation around a BRICS currency, as late as last year when the BRICS summit was in South Africa, it was the Brazilian president who was championing the idea, but I was getting the sense that countries like China were saying that's not on the agenda. And in fact, there was the reaction from South Africa as well when asked whether that's on the agenda to try and replace the US dollar in terms of trade between the BRICS countries. So we're still some way off from having a BRICS currency, but an important point to make to try and engage with Donald Trump.
For 30 years, we've stood together, advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. But the fight is far from over. Your voice matters. Every action counts. From educating our communities to supporting survivors, it's time to unite and create a future free from fear. Join SAFM for 16 days of activism. Together we can make a difference. Together we can end the violence. Because 30 years of progress means we cannot stop now. Let's advance the fight. Stand up, speak out, take action. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Morning Brief with Thulasizwe Simelane.
Let me tell you this story now. Last month, organizations that are meant to offer services to those living on the streets said they had started a pioneering and historic count of homeless people. The organizations say that they use the lived experience of homeless people to learn more about their lives during the head count. Let's speak now to Jean-Ray Night and Fit, who is U-Turn Homeless Ministries CEO. Good morning to you, Jean-Ray. I've got to thank you for your time. Why is a count of homeless persons in South Africa an important step to undertake?
Well, I think the big thing is how big is the problem. So we talk about the problem of homelessness. We need to solve the problem of homelessness. But we can work with 1 or 50 or even 100, even 1,000 people. In our programs, U-Turn works with several thousand people every year. But the big question is, how big is the problem? So, is what we're doing moving us towards a solution or not? And so part of the count, and doing this regularly, which is the plan now every 6 months, is to say, are things improving or is the problem getting better or worse? out there, not just how many people did we help, but how does that, against what's the benchmark? What are we trying to solve?
How difficult is it to carry out a head count? Given that some of the homeless people are transient, in that there'll be one place the one day and in another place the other day. Do you have to depend on them coming through to points of shelter and aid, or is it possible to do it where they are?
Well, this one was done where they are. It is incredibly difficult, and I mean, I knew it was incredibly difficult, but I was reminded of that when we did this one. When you go out at night and you search, and there's places where you find people are sleeping here, but there's nobody here right now. They're somewhere else. You can see the evidence of it. So, and then of course you cannot possibly look under every single bush. I know in my group we were 5 of us. So we did an area of several kilometers. Square kilometers, and of the 5 of us, 4 were people with lived experience. I was the only one who didn't, and so it was really helpful to say where would people sleep, where wouldn't they sleep, and to know where to look. But we were going in literally every single street, and so we did that over big parts of the city. It is incredibly difficult. Some people stay where they are all the time. Some people move constantly. Some people hide themselves so well you won't find them. The people are living tents in the open. So, when the city did their enumeration count in 2018, I think it was, our estimate was, and from the international research, that you should probably multiply the number by 2.5 to 3 times to actually figure out how many there really, really are. And even with our count, we're saying how much were we accurate and how much were we out. But at least the action of doing it helps you get better at it constantly, and does give you a benchmark to figure out, are we doing this, is the problem getting better or worse?
So do we have a sense of how many people are homeless in South Africa at the moment?
In South Africa, look, the old numbers were 200,000. It might be more than that, and that was, I think, based on a lot of thumb sucking. So it's a really, really hard thing to count. Cape Town is far ahead in our counts of any other city. Joburg, we see figures anything from 15,000 to 50,000. It's probably somewhere in between there. Maybe more than 50,000. So I don't really know.
Yes, sure, gotcha. Just lastly then, Jean-Ray, there's talk about using the lived experiences of homeless people to learn more about their lives. Why is that important in the context of doing the count, as well as the policy interventions that are necessary to respond to the problem?
Well, you have to, the answers to the problems of homelessness are found in the, I would say, in the experience of people who have been homeless and people who are working with people who have been homeless. You can't say people who've been homeless have all the answers, otherwise they wouldn't still be homeless. You can't say people who haven't been homeless have the answers because they have no experience of it. So it's in the dialogue, it's in the discussion, working together. For us, it was, we work with every day hundreds and hundreds, maybe over 1,000 people on any given day who are homeless at U-Turn. And the listening, especially to people who are not, say, currently on the street, but used to be. So they've been able to move off the street and reflect on it from a sober, stable perspective. I find the insights of those people incredibly valuable in understanding how should we be handling the problem.
All right. Thank you for your time this morning. That's Jean-Ray Knighton-Fit, who is U-Turn Homeless Ministries CEO.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Update on Durban's taxi strike and taxi blockade. The issue now is westbound, leaving Durban, direction Pietermaritzburg and Pinetown. The blockade around the Pavilion Mall, so very heavy from Sherwood through Spaghetti Junction towards that blockade. The N2 South looks like it's being impacted, coming from Inanda Road and Mgena Road down to that outbound M3 ramp. So if you're coming in from the airport and you want to get out to Pietermaritzburg off ramp at Mgena Road, take M19. And perhaps if you're leaving Durban, you might want to just go M13 M15 via the Westville area as your alternative routing as well. Joburg this morning, M3 South is being quite slow. It's a little bit busy through Edenvale, but it is now starting to improve rapidly. Pedestrian down near Benrose on the M2 inbound, so coming through from Cleveland, Denver, that's really heavy this morning. And the Golden Highway at Zachariah Park remains closed to traffic due to protesting, which has been on the go since before 6 a.m. this morning. Cape Town, Philip Kosana inbound remains slow in towards the Gardens area. That's after an earlier crash. Lights are off Bosmansdam at the N7, so still dreadful out of Edgemead and Boortessuck. And Marine Drive still slow into Woodbridge Island, although the big truck crash that we had earlier has been cleared for some time. And just a reminder, if you're driving Eastern Cape, it's blasting day today. It normally happens on a Monday and a Thursday. Blasting between Grahamstown, Makanda and Fish River Pass. The road will be closed from 3 p.m. until 4 p.m. So choose your travel times either before 3 or travel after 4 to be sort of sure of not having to wait around or not having to divert down to the R72 coastal route. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Call Thulasizwe now, 086 000 2032.
And Janusz in Cape Town has done exactly that. Good morning to you, Janusz. You want to talk to me about the SANDF, that story we reflected earlier on about paternity claims from those serving in peacekeeping missions.
Yes, and we actually, as a government and taxpayers, we're going to have to pay about 2 billion rand for the sending and training of our staff in Cuba. You know, at the moment when we need so much money, we couldn't do it here. We had to send them there, and you know what happened also. You know, this documentation when they receive after the training, it's not valid in South Africa or valid anywhere. They cannot do the job. Just only in the military, and that's it. It's going to be like a doctor or whatever in hospital. They cannot do it because it's invalid. So it's a waste of money. We could spend this money here actually and train them properly with the proper certificates as well. But it's the sentiment. My point is also the sentiment for years and years. We are trying to tell our nation because of the Cuba involvement on our Russians and East Germans, we have got the freedom. It's not true. But we didn't get the freedom because of the army and military actions. We get the freedom because of economical action. Many countries blocked apartheid government with no access to finance. That's why we got the freedom. That's why the apartheid system collapsed.
Well, Janusz, not to quibble over this, but it was a combination of pressures working together, was it not?
Yes, it is, but definitely not to the army, because Cubans, they were sitting there in Angola. They didn't move actually much, and the Russian instructors and all the East Germans there. So actually, after the pushing from economical, and by the way, many white people, many all over the world, and now it's actually white people in South Africa punished because we blame for everything what happened in previous time. So I think we should. And we lost 2 billion rand.
All right.
Money I needed here.
I got your point. Thank you for that. That's Janusz in Cape Town. I don't think we blame white people, but rather for everything that happened in the past, but rather much of what gets talked about is the legacy of the policies that were implemented during the apartheid era. Let me take a few of your voice notes. Let me see this one on KZN. I wonder what that could be about.
Thulasizwe, it's Mike in Durban. Look, the developments in KZN, Tumsani Ntuli is spot on. Ramaphosa and Balula, they failed overall. They are the leaders in the ANC, and the ANC lost almost everything under their leadership. They failed. They must account. In as much as KZN leadership must account. I mean, all provinces, the ANC plummeted. Look at Gauteng, and Panyaza and them, they took their own decision not to go with the DA, because this whole decision that is shoved onto the ANC membership is not going to work for the ANC in the long term. So Mbalula and Ramaphosa, they must account for loss, such massive loss from 57% to 40%.
Yeah.
And leave KZN to deal with their own problems.
Yeah. So thank you for that. That has to do with the reporting around the what's been coming out from KwaZulu-Natal as far as the ANC is concerned, and the comments attributed to Begum Dolo there out of KZN, and the meeting that is set to take place between the national leadership of between the national leadership of the ANC and the leadership of the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal. Let me listen to this one as well. Also, I think it has to do with the same theme.
Thulas, lisiba entawazimbi, lisiba enkgomokwane. Imagine somebody telling you to vote for ANC in 2024, guys. Yeah, lisiba never gives up. We're not voting ANC. Never. How? Imagine. We are stuck in coalitions because ANC failed for years. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have coalitions if ANC didn't fail. So we're not voting ANC. ANC must go. But if I vote for the opposition, the Lisiba must accept that for once. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Responding to Lisiba in Tabazimbi, who earlier on said the people there must just decide, don't do this coalition thing, and then ended his message by saying people must vote for the ANC. That listener there completely disagreeing. Thank you for that. Thank you for listening and for staying with us. That's how we come to the end of today's edition of the Morning Brief. The news is up next, followed by the talking point here on SAFM. Essential cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now.
In our top stories, 5 suspected ATM bombers shot dead and a crucial budget vote in France. Good morning. Police have recovered 2 rifles and 3 pistols in Emalahleni, Mpumalanga, following an incident in which 5 suspected ATM bombers were killed in a shootout with officers. Another suspect was wounded and arrested in the incident, which happened in the early hours of this morning. Police acted on a tip-off. When they attempted to stop the suspects, they opened fire and a shootout ensued. Police have launched a manhunt for gunmen who shot and killed 5 men in Mfuleni on the Cape Flats. Police spokesperson Novela Potelo says officers were called to the Madizela informal settlement where they found the bodies of the men in a shack. Potelo says the motive for the killing is unknown.
Western Cape serious violent crime investigators are hard at work in search of gunmen who shot and killed 5 men in Mfuleni. While the motive for the shooting is the subject of a police investigation, the serious violent crime detectives are pursuing several leads with a view to apprehending the perpetrators. At this stage of the murder investigation, no arrests have been effected.
KwaZulu-Natal Transport MEC Siboniso Duma is set to meet with representatives of the taxi industry in the province this week to address their grievances. This comes after members of the Durban Long Distance Taxi Association went on strike last Friday, leaving commuters stranded. The strike stems from the association's ongoing tensions with government over operating permits and the release of impounded taxis. The KwaZulu-Natal Transport Department spokesperson, Ndabezinhle Sibiya.
The meeting has been requested by the taxi operators who are very concerned about the unplanned strike, and they phoned the MEC last week expressing a deep concern that there was a strike which they were not aware of, and they felt that their operations are being interrupted, and they expressed their commitment to ensure stability in the taxi industry.
Former Namibian First Lady Monica Geingob says leaders should not surround themselves with yes men and women. She says many challenges on the continent relate to the discontentment of the youth on leadership of countries. Geingob spoke to SABC in Windhoek on leadership and democracy in Africa.
Most of the things that are starting to happen around the continent, obviously Africa is not a country, but if you look at a lot of the challenges that you're seeing, it's related to youth discontent with leadership. It's optimistic because you're seeing leaders coming into positions now who are relatively well equipped, but you're also seeing an incredible and deep frustration from youth that they feel they're not being taken seriously. They're frustrated about unemployment related issues, about governance related issues, and then there's structural challenges.
And finally, France Parliament is facing a crucial budget vote today. It could potentially trigger a no-confidence vote in the Prime Minister within days. As the standoff worsens, the finance ministers warned that taxpayers and pensioners would suffer direct consequences in the event of a no-confidence vote. The BBC's Hugh Schofield has the details.
The phony truce in French politics that's lasted for 3 precarious months may be about to come to an end. Michel Barnier has always known his government hangs by a thread because it commands only about a third of votes in the National Assembly, the rest divided between the left and the hard right. Now, the long annual period of haggling over the budget is drawing to a close. Taxes and expenditure have to be approved by Christmas. But Marine Le Pen is using the moment to force the government into more and more concessions. Mr. Barnier knows that if he doesn't accommodate her, she can bring him down by joining with the left in a vote of no confidence.
Recapping the top story, police have recovered 2 rifles and 3 pistols in Imalahleni, Mpumalanga, following an incident in which 5 suspected ATM bombers were killed in a shootout with officers. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Essential cover from Outsurance pays out claims in cash, allowing you to choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43187 now.
For 30 years, we've stood together, advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. But the fight is far from over. Your voice matters. Every action counts. From educating our communities to supporting survivors, it's time to unite and create a future free from fear. Join SAFM for 16 days of activism. Together we can make a difference. Together we can end the violence. Because 30 years of progress means we cannot stop now. Let's advance the fight. Stand up, speak out, take action. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
'Tis the season to be jolly and get low-cost insurance for your older car with Outsurance Essential. Get up to 1 million rand liability cover, so if you cause an accident, the other car could be covered for up to 1 million rand. Add motor warranty, which covers you for mechanical or electrical breakdowns. Get saving with Outsurance Essential for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS CAR to 43187. That's CAR to 43187. Licensed insurer and FSP, TCs, and information online.
We do not tolerate any kind of discrimination. Disability Awareness Month 2024. Only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
So what? We know that there are 2 ends of the stick. We know that people achieve this kind of impact and influence through influence and the battle of ideas. But so what? You know, we can all live our lives. I mean, we are okay and everything is going well. Why do we need to be concerned about this notion of how the world is shaped and what informs the world that we live in today where, for example, as we cited earlier, extreme wealth can live alongside extreme poverty? Why can't we all have the same access to opportunity, the same access to achieving our goals and aspirations? It's because there are certain ideas that have been leveraged over another. And a lot of the time we think that you can beat an idea, such as terrorism, through the barrel of the gun. But that's not how it works. An existing idea, or a predominant idea, can only be beaten by an even greater idea. That is how you achieve influence. And as a young person in South Africa, I'm particularly concerned because in South Africa today, half of our population are young people under the age of 25. So half of South Africa's population are people my age below. 61% of South Africa's population are people under the age of 35. What does that mean? It's even worse in the continent of Africa. While the rest of the developed world is getting older and older, and they are suffering from a midlife old crisis, our youth is getting younger and younger, and our population is getting younger and younger. And at the rate at which things are changing, how are we best prepared as young people to navigate the challenges of the future? Understanding that the world is shaped through influence and through the influence of particular ideas, how do we then use this and apply it in our day-to-day lives so that we can shape the tomorrow that we want to live in? Reimagine the world that we want to live in. Reimagine the society that we want to see for ourselves and our kids' kids, etc., etc.
Ndumiso Hadebe is an award-winning economist and business strategist. You're listening to The Talking Point. Welcome to the show. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. Pleasure to have you with us on the show as we start a brand new week. It's 10 after 9 o'clock, and obviously I'll be with you until midday. Yeah, it is officially December, last month of the year. But also quite an important time, an important period for South Africa. As of the 1st of December, we officially have taken over the presidency of the G20. And we know that this, of course, is quite a significant one for South Africa. And when one looks at what needs to happen in the next year, it is basically like holding this year-long event. You know, South Africa is going to be hosting and welcoming different representatives from various countries, as all of the G20 meetings are going to be held locally. And so it is going to be a big opportunity for us as a country to put our best foot forward. But what it also means is that, we have to be aware of the fact that the world's eye is going to be on us a little bit more than I would say it usually is. So it really is a moment that we shouldn't, it's a moment where we shouldn't let ourselves down, I think is the best way of putting it. Of course, there will be all of these meetings, these forums that are taking place. There will be the Business 20 that is part of the G20, and all of that will culminate in a summit, a leadership summit, where we'll be hosting the G20 heads of states towards the end of 2025. So quite a significant year. And I think we do this in the midst of what are seemingly, should I say, is it shifting geopolitics or a lot of uncertainty about what the future looks like? Just this past weekend, many of you would have seen the comments by the US President Donald Trump around any efforts of BRICS countries that want to try and establish their own currency. I've seen that the South African government has been responding in particular to the sense that BRICS has been planning to create its own currency, and they've described it as a misreporting and an incorrect narrative, and that the BRICS countries are focusing on trading with each other, and that a huge part of their focus has been on using their own national currencies among these excuse me, has been the apologies for that, has been the focus among choosing, or rather among using their national currencies for trade. So already, that has thrown a spanner in the works. But you can see that the U.S. president is simply not mincing his words. And I wonder more broadly, what do you make of that attitude, the stance that he has taken when it comes to how he has described the way in which the U.S. is going to deal with countries, right, who plan to move away from the dollar. And he describes it as, they require full commitment from these countries that they will not create a BRICS currency nor back any other currency to replace the mighty US dollar, or they will face 100% tariffs and should expect to say goodbye to selling into the wonderful US economy. One can look at it in the context of just what he has said about these discussions of a BRICS currency, but is it going to slip over into other matters? There are obviously very differing views around some of the conflicts that are taking place globally. One can think about Russia, Ukraine now. Do you expect that, or do you anticipate that we could see part of this sentiment or attitude spilling over into how countries express their allegiances and how they express themselves on these very important global matters? So I wonder, how concerned do you think South Africa should be by some of the comments that the US president has made? Of course, we'll take your calls on 086 000 2032 is the number to dial, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. Coming up on the show today in the 10 o'clock hour, we will reflect on the fight against HIV/AIDS in this country and mark just where we are in this journey. And then the final hour of the show will focus on the matrics. In particular, we'll be looking at what are the pathways that we need to be creating for young people coming out of school. At least pathways that can guarantee, well, maybe not guarantee is not the right word, but that can create opportunities for them to be able to earn a livelihood beyond just telling young people, go and get a degree, go and get a diploma. Are there alternative pathways that still have great income earning opportunities that we need to be sensitizing the country's young people to? So that'll be the final hour of the show. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm back with your calls.
My name is Bandile Nyawane. I'm 17 and I'm a professional cricket player. While on tour, I was battling to keep up with school, so my parents moved me to UCT Online High School. It's changed the game for me. With the ability to learn from anywhere, I can get ahead and stay ahead. Sign up at uctonlinehighschool.com. It's not too late. Applications close 6 January 2025.
Got a project deadline looming? Buco's here to help you stay on track and on budget. We've got all the building essentials you need, from the ground up to the final coat of paint. You can choose from a wide selection of plumbing, electrical, and even garden essentials. Everything you need to add the perfect finishing touch to your project. Buco is your partner in building excellence. Visit our new Buco store in Stratham Park, corner Frida and CR Sora Drive. For every step and every build, begin with Buco.
Buco. Hashtag SFM Talking Point.
All right, 17 after 9 o'clock, we continue the conversation on the Talking Point. It is your open line, your national roundtable. The number to dial 086 000 2032, and on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. I've got Anonymous who sent through a WhatsApp message, and the message says, well, Kathy, they did say they were planning on creating their own currency and banknote, and he's included in there an article out of BRICS News, where the Russian President Vladimir Putin was gifted with a mock-up of a BRICS bill at the BRICS summit in Kazan. That took place, of course, earlier on this year. Yeah, well, if we're to look at what South Africa is saying now, including what the finance minister has said over the weekend, I'd say they're saying that there was miscommunication in what the plans and the intentions of BRICS are. And one wonders if this was in response to or in anticipation of what the U.S. President Donald Trump ultimately posted on his X profile. Becky, you're in KZN. Good morning.
How are you, my sister?
Good.
I'm a first-time caller. I always listen to you.
Okay, welcome to the show. I think we've got another Becky in KZN, so I guess now we've got more than one. Welcome to the show, Becky.
I'm okay. My sister, I stay in Paposh, Ward 16. Our transformer passed 2 years ago. Okay, it's fine. Eskom told us each family, especially the one where zero buyers, to pay 6,000 per household. So others, they pay, others, they're struggling to pay. Up until Eskom come down to 3,000 per household again, especially the one who are struggling to pay. Others, they pay again, others, they struggle. So we had a meeting with the mayor, our mayor, Mr. Dube, in KZN, in Newcastle. So he came to promise the community, especially the one who are struggling to pay, that is going, they must pay 1,500. He's going to top up with 1,500 as a mayor. So till then, Mr. Kate, we never hear anything from Eskom. We never hear anything from the mayor. That is our problem now.
When was this commitment made to you as residents, Becky?
I'm not sure about the date. I think now is when it's around June or July, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so it was a commitment made earlier on in the year?
Yes, the mayor came to the community.
Was your transformer fixed?
No transformer till today. The problem with the community, no one told them anything. Eskom, no word from Eskom, no word from the mayor, whether the mayor paid the money or what. We don't know which one between the mayor and the Eskom they are delaying the community now.
And it sounds like that commitment was made, Becky, on the eve of the elections, if not, or around the election time.
I'm not remember very well, but I remember his remarks when he said, "No, you guys, I will try to fix the transformer, although you vote for MK."
Oh, so, okay. So have you had power since then?
No transformer, my sister. No transformer.
Sure. All right. Okay, Becky. We'll have to try and reach out to Eskom on that one, find out what exactly is happening there. I guess it adds to some of the complaints that we received towards the end of the week last week, again on some of the services that Eskom is supplying and the disruption of services. Temba, you're in Heidelberg. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Katie. How are you?
Good, Temba. Go for it.
Yeah, well, I just want to touch on the issue concerning SACP doing what? Divorcing itself from the ruling party, you see, ANC. Yes, I call them ruling party deliberately so because I think they are the ones who still having a fear in terms of who they can make coalition with and who they cannot. But anyway, I totally not agree for ANC. So, on my humble opinion, and I stand to be corrected, this so-called divorcing themselves from ANC, it is all a strategy that was discussed in the boardroom, you know, that then we avoid criminals, and at the end of the day, we need a win-win kind of a situation, and there's no other way that we're gonna reach a win-win kind of a situation unless we part ways in pretext of not having anything to do with each other. At the end of the day, whoever gains something, he brings that thing on the table, and then we throw the party, and then it becomes a win-win. Okay, maybe let me draw you a bigger picture. What they are planning is very much more similar to what was called by what was that coalition used to be referred to between FNFA, DA,
it was the Moonshot Pact before they gave it an official name, but we know what you're talking about. Yeah.
What they are planning is something similar to that, but they are doing it in pretext of not wanting to do in pretext of nothing that they want to do with each other again, something like that,
So, look, Themba, I mean, this idea of the SACP contesting elections on its own, we've been here before. In 2023, the SACP's Central Committee had agreed that they're going to be contesting the 2024 national elections and other by-elections. So it's not the first time that we're here. We've heard this over and over and over again.
Yeah, no. I'm not taking anything away from you, but I don't see FACP in a million years entirely divorcing itself from ANC, unless, of course, they win any election, whether on municipality level or general election in a magnitude of an outright majority, unless, of course, a miracle of that nature takes place. But otherwise, of course, I don't see the FACP in a million years divorcing itself from the DP. As I said, by the way, I carry no brief for ANC, and I am a blind loyalist of FNFA. So I'm just drawing a picture that I'm not here to converse for ANC or anything along those lines.
Okay, Themba, let's leave it there. Themba out in Heidelberg. Yeah. Look, and Themba, of course, is touching on the comments that were made coming out of the weekend by the SACP around contesting the 2026 municipal elections on its own. And one just wonders, the issues have been there. The need for a reconfigured alliance, as it were, that has been spoken about. They've been speaking about this for years. But, what is it going to take for them to actually act on it in the way that they have been threatening? And perhaps the real question is, well, what keeps the SACP within the tripartite alliance? Because one could well find that becomes more of a motivating factor for why they have stayed, despite expressing this need to want to go it alone, then ultimately acting on it. Ngonde, you're calling us from Cape Town. Good morning.
Good morning. I want to comment on this noise about Donald Trump saying to the BRICS countries they must dare not, consider abandoning the dollar, So, in my contribution, I would just want to deflate Donald Trump's ego. Number one, from 2017 to 2020, in his first term, he never completed his tax returns. They are still outstanding up to now. One. Number two, this guy has got so many felonies, including the one of the porn star, Stormy Daniels, right? It's not alleged, it's been proven, right? I know the sentencing of all these crimes will be done only after his first term. His second term end. In other words, from 2015 next year to 2018. That is his second and last term. So the judgment can only be passed after 2018, right? And in the Supreme Court, you've got one Trump appointee that I know he's got more than one. A guy by the name of Brett Kavanaugh, who was at Yale University. right? So Trump has positioned himself such that when anything about him goes to the Supreme Court, the judges are likely to favor him, right? Not considering the facts of the case, but Trump will get off scot-free. He knows it. Now, on the substance of the case, there's no way that the BRICS countries will listen to Trump, right? Because although he's a transactional leader and maybe, transformational leader as well, I think what this guy should do, they should sit Trump down, maybe poke his ego, being a transactional and a transactional man. That they tell him, okay, Trump, look, in your term 2015 2018, we will not up the dollar. You can take this to the bank, right? We won't, right? This thing of abandoning the dollar, of using, our currencies, will be a long term, right? In your term as President Trump, don't worry, they will then stroke his ego, Now.
Yeah, look, Ngonde, rather, I mean, when it comes to sort of the work that the Supreme Court judges in the U.S. do, I don't think it's necessarily fair, to have a blanket statement that says that, well, they will not look into the substance of cases, whatever cases that come up that are against Trump. I don't think that's entirely fair comment. But when it comes to South Africa and the BRICS of countries and how they should respond, why must they ask for permission? Why must they ask for permission from Trump to, develop their own currencies if that's in fact what they want to do?
Yes. As I was saying, Katie, in my contribution, I will attempt to deflate his ego, right? Because Trump, he thinks that America is the number one in the world, right? Everything is about America, right? And I think that some leaders, and I'll just mention a few, the guy from Brazil, Lula da Silva, I think to me is a strong leader. He can't be pushed around. Vladimir Putin in Russia, very strong. Modi in India, strong. And Xi Jinping in China. These guys are no pushover. I'm not going to mention Ramaphosa for obvious reasons. But the other guys that I mentioned are no pushover. And some of them have got nukes, right? As I speak to you, China has got a lot of satellites circling the space.
Okay,
right?
Ngonde, I'm going to have to pause it there with you. Unfortunately, we're completely out of time. It's time for the latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, 8 judges, secretaries in the High Court in Johannesburg have made an urgent application for an interim interdict to prevent the Office of the Chief Justice from interviewing shortlisting of filling judges' secretaries post advertised in October. Police have recovered 2 rifles and 3 pistols in Emalahleni, Mpumalanga, following an incident in which 5 suspected ATM bombers were killed in a shootout with officers. And the KwaZulu-Natal Transport MEC Sibuniso Duma is set to meet with representatives of the taxi industry in the province this week to address their grievances after members of the Durban Long Distance Taxi Association went on strike last Friday. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
December, a lifestyle, a feeling, a season of festivities. It begins around the 3rd quarter of the 10th month of the year and ends on or before the 7th day of the 1st month of the following year. December sometimes ends with your life savings, but that's a topic for another day. Children are conceived in December. Relationships start and end in December. You tell them. You can hear December in the music. You can taste it in your food. Your drinks taste better in December. The sun shines that much brighter. December is tangible. People are expected, nay encouraged, to walk around shouting "Ke December" at random during this season. Thank you for your words, Laura. Those are beautiful.
Oh, my words. Do you know what it is? December is tangible. It's about that.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Morning. I would like to inform you that most EPWP employees who work for the city of Tshwane have not been paid in November. And the worst part is that they were not informed or given the reasons for not receiving their stipends. And I'm speaking on behalf of my younger sister. She said that they were reliably informed by someone who works in the city of Tshwane about 3 weeks ago that there's a possibility that they are not going to get their December stipends. And on top of that, for some of her colleagues, it's a struggle. They have to rely on loan sharks in order to get money for buying food and other basics.
Morning, Katie. The youth will not proceed for their future if there are people who are saying they were misled. And if you want to regain gravy train, the recipe I'm giving you is to lambast Mbalula, President Ramaphosa, and DA. You will get a high position in these new parties. But they are the same WhatsApp group in corruption. They want to eat again, saying that they are going to emancipate poor blacks. Shame on you. God is the answer. Thank you, Katie.
Hello, Katie. Katie, I'm worried, Katie, because the robbers are using the taxis in PE this weekend. My cousin was robbed on a. I don't know. Maybe I would say it's the meter taxi or something, because in this side it's called Ipela. So in the meter taxi. So I'm just saying that the robbers now these days are using the meter taxis and the Ubers of this side in order to rob people. So I just wanted to warn people, let's be careful when we're using these Uber things, Uber drivers and meter taxis, because the robbers are using these meter taxis in order to disguise to rob people.
Yeah. So, yeah, sometimes it's to our detriment, I'm sure. But what my point is, that guy will fight for his country no matter what, even if he's going to offend somebody else. Yeah, I wish we had a president like that, who will say, nah, I'm thinking about South Africans first, and South Africa to build us. I can't be looking after all these other peoples and neglecting South Africans. So yeah, good one, Trump, good one.
Good morning, Auskate. Yeah, these remarks from the President of the US, I think they're just scared and they're just afraid of what these nations that are joining BRICS and what these nations that are already on BRICS would do to the dollar. So if our leaders would be brave enough to actually not even consider his threats, I think BRICS would do very well and would challenge the dollar and bring it down.
All right, those were your WhatsApp voice notes. We continue taking your voice notes on 0614-104-107. Still taking your calls on 086-000-2032. It is the open line, your national roundtable. And of course, you're more than welcome to raise any issue that you want to place on the agenda. Stembele, you are out in Flagstaff. Good morning.
Morning, Sister. How are you?
Good.
All right, man. I would like to remind people of South Africa that there has always been a pushback by some members of the ANC and some members of the Tripartite Alliance against the government of national unity. So what Begum Tolo is saying is not a surprise. And what he should know is that, or he should be reminded that a big chunk of votes that were lost by the ANC came from that province of his, KwaZulu-Natal. So for him to come and say Ramaphosa should take responsibility and Fikile Mbalula, I think he is right. He is right to say, because Fikile Mbalula, or I should say Ramaphosa and his government, they are doing all what it takes to ensure that they are fighting corruption against this country. So, which is why now you see the likes of Begum Tolo and others, fighting against that, and some members of the Tripartite Alliance now that they are talking about going solo. The SACP. So, I think Ramaphosa and the Democratic Alliance and other people, other political organizations that are interested in seeing this country going forward, they should intensify the issue of fighting against corruption. That is exactly what is going to happen, because now, when you have people that speak like that, it's because they don't have a chance of dipping their dirty fingers into the cookie jar, So that crazy train is fast becoming to an end. So I think
do you genuinely believe that?
I do, Casey, because SACP has always been saying they want to go solo. Mm-hmm. Why they have not been doing that over the years? And now that there is Democratic Alliance, I'm not saying Democratic Alliance is not corrupt. There are some members within Democratic Alliance that are corrupt, and so as within the ANC. But not everybody within the ANC that is corrupt, But there are some members that we know that this country has been, in shambles over the past few years, because of this corruption, because of that MK, And if they are going to let slip out of their hands, MK will soon take over. And what are we going to be in this country? Because that party is the party.
What about the fact that you still today would have some senior members of the party, of the ANC, that have been fingered in corruption, and yet they continue to be leaders of the ANC?
Okay.
And there is, of course, also the elephant in the room around the Phala Phala issue, right? Yes, the president has been cleared by SARS, Hawks, Public Protector, but it still hasn't sufficiently explained why it is that he had that foreign currency, how it got into his hands, and what it was doing at his house. So all of those remain these unanswered questions. So can you talk about a sterile ANC leadership that is absolutely free from controversies or allegations of corruption?
Jeffrey, I understand you, sis. But what you should know is that Ramaphosa himself is not the ANC. Ramaphosa is the member of the ANC. He has been deployed into that position by the ANC. So if Ramaphosa is corrupt, for now he has not been. It's still allegations. Let me just say, I'm not saying he is not, but it's still allegations that is still to be, proven by the courts that he is in fact corrupt or not. But what I'm trying to say, Kathy, to you is that whatever that Ramaphosa and some members that are genuine or that have genuine intentions of fighting, against corruption within that ANC, within that government of national unity, they must intensify that we will continue to see, people popping out, such as, your SACP now. I'm still very much interested in seeing them, standing alone in this upcoming elections, if they are going to be able, which I think they are not. Because what is being done now within that government of national unity is not going to reverse. And I would like to see Democratic Alliance, ANC, and some other members that are interested in ensuring that corruption is rooted out in this country, intensifying that. And I wish to see that government of national unity continuing, because if it does continue like that, at the end of the day, it will yield positive results for everybody in this country.
Okay, all right. Stempele, we'll leave it there, calling us from the Eastern Cape in Flagstaff. Vuyiswa, you're in Parktown North. Good morning.
Morning, Kathy. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Yes, thanks to your team for taking my call. I want to speak on Trump. Trump is a coward, and he has so much ego that he can't handle himself, because you can't threaten the whole world or the peoples of the world with the U.S. dollar. Empires have fallen and castles have fallen, and one day it is going to fall. Yesterday, I came across an article on Business Tech where it talks about, I don't know whether to mention this name. I might be, calling enemies to myself. But Johan Rupert had a telephone conversation with Trump, facilitated between the President Ramaphosa and Donald Trump concerning the AGOA and other things. So my question was, did our families die for people like Rupert to be another government? This is what I'm thinking. He's running a separate government or parallel government, or he is the one, making certain not to deliver. Because my problem is that a person like Trump, we know all the fault that Trump has done, and that he's got cases, upon him that he needs to answer. And he can't come and bully the whole world and use tactics of like, I'm going to do this. All these men can be threatened by one man. I think somehow, in these leaders' vocabulary, they must have a no. Because if you don't have in your vocabulary something like a no, which means you are unethical and unprincipled, and you have no way of fighting for yourself.
Yeah, look, Voice, on the issue of the call, my understanding of it is that Rupert is the one that had facilitated a conversation between the U.S. president and our president when it comes to AGOA.
But it doesn't work in the office of the president. That mandate to us as people on the ground that have voted certain parties like the ANC to be in power. We don't know, we're not told. That's where it goes wrong. When people on the ground are not consulted. And hence this
and the fact that he's the richest man in the country,
it doesn't give him a mandate, because those riches need to be investigated. How did he become so rich and become a white man becoming the richest man in Africa? It's questionable. We need to get answers on these things, because we are bullied here somehow. We are used, as guinea pigs for them to get rich and come and dominate. And because our president is a coward. I know that. He's my comrade, but I know that he's a coward.
Okay.
And so he has another coward bullying people.
Voiswa, we're going to leave it there. Voiswa out in Parktown North. Yeah, very strong sentiments coming through from Voiswa, and you can look up the details of that conversation between the conversation facilitated by Johan Rupert. It's available online. There's been quite a bit of reporting on it in different media platforms. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're back with more of your calls.
Get ready to honor Madiba's legacy together. Join us on 8 December at the Union Buildings in Tshwane, Gauteng, as we pay tribute to Nelson Mandela with the Mandela Remembrance Walk and Run. There's a distance for everyone. 21 kilometers, 10-kilometer run, and a 5-kilometer scenic walk. Enjoy loads of entertainment and plenty of fun for the kids. If you can't be there in person, you can participate from wherever you are, uniting with thousands around the country to honor Nelson Mandela's vision of unity, equality, and a just society. All proceeds will support the Nelson Mandela Foundation. Register now at mandelawalkandrun.com. Let's come together to remember Madiba. In proud partnership with Gauteng Province, the City of Tshwane, and SABC Sport. See you there. Let's make it a day to remember.
For 30 years, we've stood together, advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. But the fight is far from over. Your voice matters. Every action counts. From educating our communities to supporting survivors, it's time to unite and create a future free from fear. Join SAFM for 16 days of activism. Together we can make a difference. Together we can end the violence. Because 30 years of progress means we cannot stop now. Let's advance the fight. Stand up, speak out, take action. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The SAFM Playwriting Competition is back. After receiving hundreds of entries last year from South African writers of different ages and ethnic groups sharing their stories, now the time is yours. It's your story. You decide. SAFM invites all writers to explore the medium of sound, the theatre of the mind, and to create a 1-hour radio play in English. Get writing now and submit your play before the 3rd of February 2025 for a chance to win one of 3 large cash prizes. For more information, visit safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
You're listening to The Talking Point. It is still the open line at your national round table on this Monday morning. Lwandle, you are in Gqeberha. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kathy. I'm not even going to ask you how you are. I just want to say very quickly in passing, for a general non-fiction radio station, you should have some form of a non-fiction sort of where writers can submit, which is not fiction, but much respect in the second year of your competition. I want to talk about the unemployment. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can, Lwandle. By the way, you must just check out the calls for proposals that are often made by our drama office and drama teams, because I know that they take scripts, the playwriting competitions, they take scripts. Sometimes it's fiction, sometimes it's non-fiction.
Okay.
So you just need to listen out more clearly for those and submit your entries if you have any.
Okay, no, thank you very much. But I wanted to talk about unemployment. That's my own point. That's my only point. I think there's a general crisis of interpretation in South Africa where unemployment is merely being, the blame of it is merely being given to the ANC. Yes, they have a lot of blame to take. They've taken a neoliberal stand. They've followed this thing of fiscal prudency, But the most important thing here, we need to have a less capital-intensive economy and have a more labor-intensive economy, meaning what? An economy that is able to absorb the non-skilled and the semi-skilled black schools, black children are being produced by black schools. Because we must accept that. We have a very poor education system in the townships. So if we're going to talk about all these things about skills and try to hide about xenophobia, because xenophobia to me is simply saying, South Africans are saying, we don't want to compete with our fellow African brothers and sisters in the saloon industry, in the spaza shop industry. Now, anyone who just throws xenophobia out there, they are really not wanting to answer the question of unemployment, which began in the 70s during the apartheid time. I wish we could just do that. Just try to answer
problem of unemployment, which our political elite is failing to answer.
Okay. Lwandle?
That's my point. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that contribution. We'll, of course, be looking into that conversation in the final hour of the show. It really does come down to the pathways that we are creating for young people beyond their schooling career. So just on the question he was also asking around the writing, the playwriting competition is open, and the deadline for those submissions is the 3rd of February 2025. And the competition is for all writing samples that are fiction and non-fiction. So that's the competition that we're running right now. Mike, you're out in Newlands. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Kathy. I want to put on the table this morning the NPA and ask about its relevance. Often I'm a regular reader of the Sunday Times, as I'm probably sure you are, and not a Sunday goes by without corruption from the ANC. Last Sunday we had the education department involved in yet another corruption scandal with tablets. Now, I'm just wondering why we bother to have the NPA, because this is going to get investigated and nothing will happen, because the charges are always withdrawn. And if you look at Dudazana Zuma, the Feeder Dairy Farm with the Guptas, Marcelo Coco, Zizi Kodwe, Brian Malefi, Malusi Gigaba, Zandeli Gumedi, Cyril Ramaphosa with Pala, and very soon, now these are all these people that had charges withdrawn, and here's what really hurts, is very often there's no access to the reason. They simply won't tell you why they withdrew the charges. We've got Nosiviwe Mapisa and Kukula very soon, who's appearing in court at the moment, but no doubt will have their charges withdrawn. And I'm asking the question, do we really need to have the NPA? Zizi Kodwe, he was found to have borrowed R1 million, and when he said it was when they said it was a bribe, he said no, it was a loan. So the ANC, all they do is when they take money, they call it a loan, and then the NPA says, no, that's absolutely fine. And then off the guy goes, gets his job back, and if he's been suspended, it's on full pay. And just referring to the fact that we're on the grey list, and we're on the grey list because there are no convictions for fraud and corruption in our country, and we're going to stay there. We're on the drunk path.
Mike, I think maybe let's be a little more circumspect, right, in how we position things. Yes, absolutely. The allegations made against Zizi Kodwe were withdrawn, but at no point has there been an admission or even a finding of guilt when it comes to the fact that the money that he took, which he says was a loan, was in fact a bribe.
Correct. You're absolutely right about Kathy. And then he said he desperately needed the money. He only earned 1.8 million rand a year as deputy minister, I think it was at the time. And he needed R1 million urgency, and he went out and bought a luxury Jeep with the money while he was staying in a hotel, or can you believe this, Kathy? 50,000 rand a day. He was staying in accommodation paid for by the very person that does business with the government. Yet the NPA found him not guilty, and guess what? They refused to release the report. And just finally, we now have the Minister of Justice. 3 months later, she's still in her job. A report has been dropped on our president's desk. 3 months later, he hasn't read it, and if he has, he couldn't really care. She's still in her job, and we are trying to sell ourselves to the rest of the world now that we're running G20 for the next year or so, and hoping to get jobs and employment into the country. Yeah, I don't think we're off to a good start yet.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, look, unfortunately, there are some instances of high-profile matters where the NPA has not covered itself in glory. That is the reality of the matter. And as long as there is also questions around transparency and lack of clarity around how some of these decisions are being made, this is going to be the result. People are going to continue to question and mistrust the work that is coming out of the institution. Mklongo, you're calling us from KZN. Good morning.
Hi, Casey. How are you this morning?
Good, Mklongo. Go for it.
Yeah, look, just want to talk about the SACP. We've been watching Mapaila for the longest time, just spitting fire about the GNU and all that. But I think the question remained about why is the SACP not recalling its people that were deployed as ministers in the GNU. it is clear even at this stage that the only thing that is a problem to them is the issue of space in the executive that has been reduced by the GNU. And this whole thing...
You don't think it's ideological, Mhlongo? What they have said about, the ANC veering away from its foundational ideology?
No. For the same argument of then withdrawing their people from the executive would be a demonstration if it was ideological at all. I don't. The issue of the SACP contesting state power is not new. I think it was the Boxburg conference that also carried that unanimously, but then it was blocked. And then every time ordinary people or members of the SACP are pushing for that, then there will always be something that suggests that the branches are not ready, yet other political parties would be formed the following day, go and contest, the elections. So the whole thing really, the major contest is about the space that has been reduced, through the GNU. But it's just, you look at the SACP becoming a joke, actually. It was once a hope for ordinary people, but now we know they just talk about the positions that are there. And the organization is just used as a base, as a constituent to actually, for people to actually position themselves at that level.
Okay.
It's very unfortunate, yeah.
Mhlongo, thanks for those views there. Mhlongo out in KZN. I wonder what it means then for the convergence of left forces, as they will describe themselves, within our political landscape. What is the future of the left? With one very big question mark in the country. All right, it's 10 o'clock, time for the latest news update. On the other side of this, we get into our second hour conversation.
In our top stories, court application to prevent Office of the Chief Justice from filling vacancies and Biden's historic visit to Angola. Good morning. 8 judges' secretaries in the High Court in Johannesburg have made an urgent application for an interim interdict to prevent the Office of the Chief Justice from interviewing shortlisting of filling judges' secretaries' posts advertised in October. This is pending the main review bid, in which the applicants are seeking to invalidate the judge president's decision that judges' secretaries can only be employed on fixed contracts. The action comes after the majority of the 8 judges' secretaries received notice that their fixed-term contracts would be terminated at the end of this month. Kenny Mapanga reports.
The applicants allege in papers that they have enjoyed continuous renewals or extensions of their fixed-term contracts for years since their first appointment. They further argue that this form of employment is inimical of their rights and unfair, and as a result are seeking permanent employment. The Office of the Chief Justice, however, seek a dismissal of the case, arguing, among other things, that it is 1, not urgent, and 2, there is no decision that exists from the judge president that can be reviewed or set aside.
Police have recovered 2 rifles and 3 pistols in Emalahleni in Mpumalanga, following an incident in which 5 suspected ATM bombers were killed in a shootout with officers. Another suspect was wounded and arrested in the incident, which happened in the early hours of this morning. Police acted on a tip-off when they attempted to stop the suspects. They opened fire and a shootout ensued. The KwaZulu-Natal Transport MEC Siboniso Duma is set to meet with representatives of the taxi industry in the province this week to address their grievances. This comes after members of the Durban Long Distance Taxi Association went on strike last Friday, leaving commuters stranded. The strike stems from the association's ongoing tensions with government over operating permits and the release of impounded taxis. KwaZulu-Natal Transport Department spokesperson Ndabazinhle Sibiya.
The meeting has been requested by the taxi operators who are very concerned about the unplanned strike, and they phoned the MEC last week expressing a deep concern that there was a strike which they were not aware of, and they felt that their operations are being interrupted, and they expressed their commitment to ensure stability in the taxi industry.
The South African Weather Service has issued a warning for very high temperatures across the country today. A third heat wave of the season is expected in 7 provinces for most of this week. They include Gauteng, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo and Mpumalanga. And finally, outgoing U.S. President Joe Biden is heading to Angola. It's his first and only visit to Africa as president. Biden is expected to highlight a U.S. loan to help build a new 1,300-kilometer railway linking Angola, Zambia and the Democratic Republic of Congo. At stake are vast supplies of minerals like copper and cobalt, which are found in Congo and are a key component of batteries and other electronics. The BBC's Anne Soy has the details.
When Joe Biden hosted African leaders in Washington 2 years ago, he said the U.S. was all in on the continent. He pledged to reset America's engagement with Africa. And that has begun in Angola. The U.S. is refurbishing an old rail network that cuts across the country and building a new one to connect Zambia's copper belt and the Democratic Republic of Congo's cobalt mines to the port of Lobito in Angola. It's the most direct challenge yet to China's dominance in the region's mining and infrastructure sectors.
Recapping the top story, 8 judges' secretaries in the High Court in Johannesburg have made an urgent application for an interim interdict to prevent the Office of the Chief Justice from interviewing shortlisting or filling judges' secretaries' posts advertised in October. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Real savings, real benefits. Here's what real clients say about OUTsurance.
My name is Alan. I'm 71 years of age and I live in Douglasdale. I'm paying 554 Rand a month for my 2022 Nissan Magnite.
Want a car insurance premium that'll blow your mind? SMS out to 30754 now for a quote. It's quick, it's easy, and it could save you hundreds of rands every month. Here's Amy.
To anyone who has not reached out to OUTsurance, what are you doing? Reach out today.
Blow your mind, not your paycheck. SMS out to 30754 and see for yourself why OUTsurance was voted Best Car Insurer 2023 by the Star and Pretoria newsreaders. Here's Yusuf.
That just shows that OUTsurance is top of the tops when it comes to insurers.
SMS out to 30754 now. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and limits apply. Premiums are risk profile dependent and reviewed annually. Client comments do not constitute financial advice. Mzansi Afrika. Bafana Bafana have qualified for AFCON 2025 with an unbeaten record. For decades, the SABC stood by Bafana Bafana when few believed. It has been our honor to champion our national heroes through every twist and turn. We witnessed their hard work, challenges, and incredible resilience. This victory is not just for the team, but for all of us who have held on to hope and pride in our nation's talent. Big ups to the entire team for inspiring the nation and the supporters for the never give up attitude. Together, we've shown what true perseverance can achieve. Hashtag the power of perseverance. SABC Sport.
Thank you for supporting Bafana Bafana. For the love of the game.
The SAFM playwriting competition is back. After receiving hundreds of entries last year from South African writers of different ages and ethnic groups sharing their stories, now the time is yours. It's your story. You decide. SAFM invites all writers to explore the medium of sound, the theatre of the mind, and to create a 1-hour radio play in English. Get writing now and submit your play before the 3rd of February 2025 for a chance to win one of 3 large cash prizes. For more information, visit safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
It's 8 after 10 o'clock. Welcome to the second hour of The Talking Point as we continue to lead conversations that move us. I'm Kathy Motlatlana and you're listening to SAFM. So coming up in this hour, we're going to be focusing on South Africa and looking particularly at how we remain in many ways the epicenter of HIV/AIDS in the world. We have nearly 8 million people in this country who are living with HIV, but we also, of course, are facing the heavy burden of tuberculosis on our health system. What continues to be increasingly concerning is the fact that we have a high HIV prevalence rate among adolescent girls and young women, particularly between the ages of 15 and 24. So just think about it. Weekly, we record 1,300 new cases of HIV. This is in young girls and young women aged between 15 and 24. So we absolutely have to continue looking at ourselves, looking at our intervention plans, and even some of the societal norms that enable this ecosystem that we're seeing, right, that is leading to these high rates of HIV in the country. Yes, we've come a long way when it comes to treatment, but certainly what happened to the vision of eradicating HIV completely? Is it something that we're still working towards? Or have we just made peace with the fact that we'll always have the highest number of HIV/AIDS infections in the world, and our health system just has to come up with ways of ensuring that those who need treatment are actually able to access it? That's the conversation that we're going to have within this hour. Before we get to it, your voice notes.
Hi, Sis Kathy. Thank you for respecting our time. Sis Kathy, look, I was listening to the conversation in the morning on Elvis' show with the caucus leader of Action SA about the Joburg buildings. And then he mentioned something very important there. He said, remember the law, it says when they remove people from this building, they need to provide them with accommodation and so on and so on and so on. Why are we shooting ourselves on the foot in South Africa with these laws that are not working for us? People committed crime. People went against the legality of occupation of those properties, and we still need to fund those people afterward. Why are we like that? The same with the Zamazama, the extortionist, all these things that are happening in South Africa. Why do we always have to fund the criminality in South Africa? And about Donald Trump, I saw Thuli Madonsela having a conversation with it. I was puzzled by it. Gwena.
Hi, good morning, Kathy. I want to echo the sentiments from the guy who said EPW workers are not getting paid. Even here in Heidelberg, in Ratanda, the EPW workers haven't been paid. Last month, they got paid on the 13th. And the lady who has this tender even takes them to her own house to go and clean her garden, clean her pool, clean her windows. And this month they haven't been paid. They've been told they'll be announced until further notice. So nobody really knows where they're going to pay. It's very sad what is happening. How can she take them to her house to go and clean her house? I don't know if that is allowed, but that is what's happening.
Hi, Kathy. Bandum Chiselwa here. I would like to add this on the agenda. The issue of extortion in the Eastern Cape, especially the area of Gqeberha, Uitenhage, or we know it as Kagiga now. There are criminals who are going to the initiation schools and threaten our kids and our nephews within that space and charging parents a protection fee. Until when are we going to rise up as the community and deal with such behavior? Because these people are known within our communities that are committing these crimes, but we go silent.
Hi, Kathy. Good morning. How are you, Mafuta? Hey, Kathy, I am worried about the drama that is happening in Namibia. The pace at which the elections are being conducted there, it looks like this electoral commission board was not prepared, or these people, they don't know what their mandate is. How can election of 1 million or less than 1 million voters or so take so long to conclude? Kathy, can you ask your reporter to update us, please, as to what situation is there and what is currently happening in Namibia? I am concerned because we don't want conflicts arising from elections in Africa anymore, Kathy.
Yeah, look, it's very clear that there has been a serious bungling up of logistics with that election in Namibia. Last week when we did a focus on it, it was on Wednesday. And a day after voting, some of the vote counting had already started, but there was, the planned court action against the lack of voting materials in certain districts. One certainly didn't anticipate that it would come to what it is now, that even on Saturday, people were still standing in long queues. Unimaginable that, whatever has gone wrong could go wrong to this extent. And we certainly will bring an update in terms of that election and what is unfolding in that country. Let me welcome onto the show for our next conversation, focusing on the HIV/AIDS matter for South Africa. Joining us on the line is Dr. Nkensani Ngwashu, Executive Manager, the National Strategic Plan Implementation at the South African National AIDS Council. Good morning, Dr. Ngwashu. Thanks for your time.
Good morning, and good morning to all our listeners.
Dr. Musa Manganye is Director for HIV Treatment at the National Department of Health. Good morning, sir. Dr. Musa? All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry, we seem to have been experiencing an issue on that particular line, but you are on the radio. And then Sarai Johnson Qureshi, who is the acting country coordinator at the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. Sarah, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kathy. Thanks so much for having me. Great to see my colleagues from SANAC and Dr. Musa here on the line. Thank you.
I want us to begin, Dr. Ngwashu, with just taking perhaps the holistic view of where South Africa is. As we started the program, I was running through the numbers. 1,300 new cases. This is new infections among adolescent girls and young women between 15 and 24. That to me sounds like a figure that derails any plans around the eradication of HIV in the future of our country, because a 15-year-old is yet to even reach the prime of their life.
Yes, if I have to come in there, Kathy, you have said it very well. Currently, South Africa has made a commitment, like with any other country at a global space, that we have to eliminate HIV, TB, and STIs as public health threat by 2030. And we subscribe to that. Our president made a commitment that as a country, that is the route that we'll be going. And there are a lot of things that we have been doing along the way, and we have managed to reduce the HIV infections in the country. However, as much as we've got all those gains that, the graph is no longer going up, but the graph is going down, we still have some challenges along the way, especially within that age group that you have mentioned of 15 to 24. So looking at it, that yes, 15 to 24, the numbers are going up on a weekly basis. We are adding 1,000 plus or minus 1,300 on a weekly basis. And also looking at it, it even pushes to the age group of 34, meaning that as a country, as much as we want to eliminate HIV, we are still faced with a huge battle ahead of us, which also threatened, South Africa to reach the goal that has been set for us and the goal that we have made commitment to it. So all these challenges that are sitting on the way that hamper us, because that age group is still exposed. And you said it very well, that actually the 15-year up until the age of 18, those are what we say they are children. The age of consent here in South Africa, especially, in all the other things that has been said by the Department of Social Development, that age of consent sits at 16. So any 15-year-old who is HIV positive, other than the ones that have been born with it, it means that they've been having what? It means that they are engaged in unprotected sex and being